Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. James, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you tap on the microphone?
I'm not hearing. Give me 1 second.
Hi, James. This is Sarah. I can hear you, but it sounds like Harold can't hear you.
Yes, Harold's having some problems with his device.
Test 1, 2. James, is that any better?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Yeah, for some reason I can't even hear you, James. I just hear low volume in the back. So let me try something else.
Okay, if you need me to do a test, let me know.
Well, good morning, everybody. And we're just after 9 o'clock, and I seem to be having a little bit of computer issues. Maureen, can you give me a thumbs up if I'm sounding okay? All right, thank you. My microphone was a little quiet, so I switched computers, but it doesn't have as much capacity. So now all you see is the green screen, but I guess that'll make me identifiable in the gallery. As we look at our day today, we have a busy agenda, and we've had to make a few adjustments as well. So in terms of order of agenda, we do have update from the Justice Council. We have water legislation update. We have an address by the Interim National Chief. Following that, we also have at 11 o'clock, we have Gary Ananda Sangari, the Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations, who is joining us. And then we'll move to the update from the First Nations Combating Métis Colonialism BC Working Group. We have Economic Development and First Nations Health Authority, all of which we're trying to do before lunch. After lunch, we'll pick up on the resolutions. We do have, I think it's a dozen left, if not a little bit more. We also have at 1:30, we had moved Federal Minister Harjit Sajjan, the Emergency Preparedness Minister, to 1:30 today. Premier EV at 2 o'clock, and then we'll finish up the resolution. So I do think we'll go a little bit beyond the 45 designated time. So hopefully, and we'll just see what we can do with the resolutions. And but we are taking the view that quorum having been established, we're able to pick up and do our work, and we'll just keep monitoring our chiefs and proxies just to make sure that and move to the resolutions as promptly as we can this morning. I do not see the representative for the Justice Council. Do we have somebody available?
Just give me a moment. I'm going to text her and see where she's at.
All right. While we're doing that, I do want, because of the pressure of time, we won't be able to do a lot of introductions, but perhaps I'll just share a little bit about the new Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relationships. I know it's only been a couple months, almost not even 2 months since they were reappointed, and the minister is a Tamil Canadian, so Tamils are from Sri Lanka and southern India. Sri Lanka is a small island off the southeast coast of India. Tamils are sort of a native ethnic group and the language group as well. His actual name is Sathya Sangari, Ananda Sangari, and people often use Ananda Sangari as his name, but he's been in Canada since 1983 as a young boy, and so he goes by the name of Gary. I'd be interested to see how they got to that, but he is a lawyer, a businessman, and his law firm focused on business, international human rights, and real estate. He represents Scarborough riding near Toronto, educated at Carleton and Osgood Law School, and he has previously sat on the Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Committee in the previous Parliament. And he was also the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada. So just a little bit of background, and then another minister that will be joining us is Harjit Sajjan, and we'll remember him as the Minister of Defense, but he's now the Emergency Preparedness, and he's on what's called the King's Privy Council. Interesting fact: the King's Privy Council it was in the British North America Act. It's also in the Constitution Act, and it's a collection of some cabinet members, some former cabinet members, some prominent Canadians, like the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and other prominent Canadians, and they're appointed to advise the King or the Queen, as the case may be. And the last time that formally met, I think ironically, was to approve the marriage or to give consent to the marriage of then Prince of Wales Charles to Lady Diana Spencer, and of course, who's now King Charles. Harjit represents Vancouver South, served in the Vancouver Police Department and did military service and several tours abroad. Elected into Parliament in 2015. He's previously been in international development, defense as well. Now that I've switched computers, I got to remember to switch mouses. I would also note that we are being joined by Minister Haydu shortly. Not online yet. And good morning, everyone. I see a few more people are joining, so we're just awaiting the arrival of a few more people, including the representatives from the Justice Council and Minister Patty Agee, the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada. As noted earlier, our order of business council legislation with Minister Patty Agee, International Chief Joanna Bedard. We're going to work on the working group on Métis colonialism, economic development strategy, First Nations Health Authority, the health survey video. Should take us to lunch. Oh, and then we are adding at 11 o'clock Gary Ananda Sangari, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Following lunch, we'll pick up on resolutions to the degree we can, and then we have new Federal Minister Harjit Sajjan at 1:30 on emergency preparedness. He's followed by Premier David Eby, and then we'll pick up the remainder of the resolutions as long as we can before the closing. So we may go a little bit beyond the 2:45 noted on your agenda today. And again, I'll also note I did have some technical problems with my PC, and so I'm switched to my laptop, and it doesn't have as much capacity, so thus the green screen rather than the BCAFN virtual background. I did see a message there from one that you said looks like hopefully my Wi-Fi is working well, and I'm not going to freeze too much on the camera. Yeah, I'm just going to step away for just 1 second here. James, there's an audio issue. I did get a note that there's a mic problems I'm having. My feed on the live stream is not very loud. Let's see if we can fix that or check that. Oh, Lydia, how are you? We had your name as Shannon Waters there for a second. Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
I was trying to connect with my phone, and thankfully Dr. Waters was here, and I said, let's try use your computer. So yeah.
Awesome.
they
All right.
switched.
Well, welcome. How are you this morning?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm
Uh,
ready. And how are things going there?
Good. We're just getting started. I had some little technical issues, but other than that,
Okay.
everybody else seems fine. Yeah, so we're ready to go. So we are going to go to the Justice Council for the update, and then kind of moving through our agenda. We do expect Minister Hayju to be joining us relatively soon. So, but over to you if you are ready to provide that update.
Okay, so I do have the Justice Council has prepared a presentation, so I'm not sure how we're coordinating with respect to the slides they have there, but I'm prepared
We can do
to.
it if you, yeah.
Let me just I'll just do the report. I don't know how to bring up the slides.
Okay, yeah, so we can bring them up and then just let us know when you want us to move them. There you go.
Okay, I'm just trying to get my technology organized here as well. So we're ready to go, Harold?
Yes, yeah, it's kind of odd how quickly we fall out of the virtual world and how we have become so adept at it so quickly as well. Over to you.
Hi, thank you, Harold. I squale muxwet Holmuk Mistimo. Good morning, all of our respected First Nations peoples, our chiefs, and all those that have joined us today. I know I had an opportunity to acknowledge the territory. I'm here in the Musqueam territory and acknowledge the prayer that got us started. We do have a presentation from the Justice Council. I'll help move us through. I'm thankful to have been appointed to the Justice Council through the First Nations Summit, and really thankful for the opportunity to be with you today. We're just going to talk, I'm going to report briefly on the Indigenous Justice Council, the expansion of the centers, the Indigenous Justice Centers. We'll talk about legal services, First Nations, child and family, and talk about our First Nations women's strategy, our elders and knowledge keepers strategy, and talk a bit about the BC prosecution services. So just in the interest of getting us moving, I think there's the next slide there. There's a picture of us there. But let me just move right into Haitse Kata Musqueam Mistimo Kata Sauce Tamoch and too as well. Acknowledging our prayer to get us started. Liliet Lisnet, Lydia Wheatsome. I'm the chief of the Cowichan tribes and also honored to be on the BC First Nations Justice Council. Moving right into the report, I do just pause briefly again to acknowledge and congratulate Regional Chief TG on his acclamation and look forward to his next 3 years of leadership. As far as the update goes, jumping into it, it's been 3 years. It's 3 years and 7 months since the BC First Nations Justice Strategy was endorsed. And I was actually on the Leadership Council, and Evie was then AG when we announced in Nanaimo the strategy, and I think just shortly thereafter we went into COVID. So there's significant work being done. Just really of note is that the First Nations Justice, BC First Nations Justice Council started in 2019 with one staff member, and today we've over 80 people working to implement the BC First Nations Justice Strategy. And just please go to the site, everyone, and look at the post, as everyone is doing, I'm sure, but as well, the Justice Council is looking for staff and qualified people to fill a whole range of positions as we do the work to implement the strategy. Of course, we're committed to the strategy and moving forward with the mandate that's been given to us through the chiefs, and really focusing on the presumption of diversion. You know, it's really imperative, and we all know that all measures must be taken to divert our people and citizens out of the justice system when we can, considering the prejudicial framework that we all face as Indigenous people going into those systems. So to be able to divert our people at the outset has become a presumption to make that effort to find a healing path versus a sort of a criminalizing people. The Justice Center rapid expansion, and I'm saying rapid, it was really critical to get the resources from the province to do the work to open these justice centers, but that created quite an aggressive timeline in terms of moving forward with the opening of the justice center. So, I mean, it's a be careful what you ask for situation, but we're grateful to have the resources, and a result have had quite a rapid expansion. There's been, so far, of course, we know that the Merritt, Prince George, and Prince Rupert centers have been open and operating. In 2021, there's we're thankful for the pandemic and because it opened our minds to some options. So the launch of the virtual justice center, and I found that really helpful in my community. As a chief of my community, I've been able to refer a number of people to that virtual line to have an initial contact. To look for legal services and support, and really has, I think, in the three centers existing and the virtual center, we've already seen an uptake in access to justice for our people, and we want to continue to support that expansion.
Just pulls it off.
I'm hearing somebody in the background, and hopefully it's not me. Sorry, I must have touched the mute button while I was looking at my notes. Excuse me. So continuing on with the Justice Center. So in 2023, we're looking to officially open a Justice Center in Stolo territory. There are 5 regional Justice Centers set to open in Vancouver, Victoria, Nanaimo, Surrey, and Kelowna. So those are the next centers. So really, that when I talk about rapid expansion and the good work of the Justice Council addressing these centers, you can see we're really rapidly looking to build opportunity to access these services for our people. The Justice Council has a mandate and to move forward with the opening of 6 more justice centers in 2024. So I just want to let the chiefs know that here at our meeting today, that there is a resolution in place from the BCAFN to support the Indigenous Justice Center expansion plan. So we're still mandated there. I think we'll be circling back and continuing to report and update on next steps as we need to expand our mandate. But right now, operating under the direction of the chiefs, the resolution calls on as a next step. There is the First Nations interested in hosting a justice center, and that So the next steps are develop a business plan and submit that to the BC First Nations Justice Council. And there will be a selection of 6 more Indigenous Justice Center sites, and they'll be based on the business cases that are submitted. So just encouraging all of the nations to look at that next step and make those submissions. You know, it's really critical while we have the resources in this political cycle from the province. We know when the next election is. We know when they're going to renew their mandate. So it's really critical to continue to take advantage of the resources that have been committed and do this rapid expansion and take advantage of the political window and opportunity that we have going forward. I'll speak a bit to legal aid and legal services. As part of the strategy, the Justice Council is to assume responsibility for First Nations legal services in BC. And this is a massive piece of work, and it includes the full transfer of legal aid and services from Legal Aid BC to the Justice Council. So another huge body of work and being moved forward. So assuming the responsibility for First Nations legal services in BC is part of the strategy. It's built in. In January of 22, transition of legal services, we created this transition of legal services working group, and it's comprised of government, legal aid, and BC Justice Council staff to inform and work through that transition to the transition process. In the fall of 2023, the Justice Council completed a preliminary research on potential Indigenous-based legal aid service models. So looking at delivery models that are more, certainly, definitely, I'd say more effective than the colonial model. So doing that developmental work. I'll move quickly on to the First Nations children and youth built in as part of the strategy as well. The Ministry of Children and Family Development and the BC Justice, working with them, the BC Justice Council is working with them to develop a BC youth justice framework. And part of this work recognizes that MCFD, you know, they've got responsibility and administer youth justice. And so we're saying, thank you for doing that. Let's now do the developmental work to ensure that the work they're doing really links up to the strategy and the direction that First Nations people want in British Columbia. So there's been progress and early development stages of looking at what their MCFD is doing with our youth and how we can continue to intervene and build strength and opportunity to access to justice for our youth. And we're also looking, of course, for First Nations communities to reassume jurisdiction over our children and youth and support the justice professionals to navigate this new child protection landscape. But things will be done differently as we support our youth. So there's been some we're at the early developmental stage for this piece, and it's currently bringing together justice sector professionals, organizations, and service providers and government in the development of that strategy. Moving on, to the First Nations Women and 2F Plus part of the justice strategy. In the spring of 2023, the Justice Council undertook an extensive literature review. So let's pull together everything we know in terms of the research that's in place to inform the developmental part of the developmental part of the strategy for developing a First Nations justice strategy on women and 2S plus peoples. So part of it was bringing together what we know in terms of the reports that have already been done with respect to missing, murdered, and Indigenous women and girls, and also the numerous other studies that have been done. So important to bring those pieces together. Harold, just give me a sign if there's so much going on and I want to give as much information, but also get through this before you need to move on your agenda. So just give me a signal when I need to wrap up. So that the developmental work's being done with respect to First Nations women and 2S plus strategy and working through the important goal to set out clear and shared approaches to end violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S plus individuals. Further moving along to elders and knowledge keepers as part of the strategy. Justice strategy calls for the creation of an Elders and Knowledge Keepers Council. So there's been developmental work going on there, working to support First Nations community-based justice programming. So as we're going into community, there's the development of the council. There's also, we want to ensure that as we go into community, that there's a connection to elders and knowledge, trusted elders and knowledge keepers in community as we engage in each community. So in addition to building the council, we've been reaching out to ensure that there's that connection in community. Further, as a next step on this side, the Justice Council will be issuing a call for nominations in the coming months for elders and knowledge keepers who do have experience in First Nations justice and traditional law. So we'll be continuing to reach out and call on support from communities with respect to building the elders and knowledge keepers piece. I'm just about done where there's the BC Police Services Policy Review. One of the core values of the presumption of diversion, continuing to bring that into place and moving further to the the Justice Council has been consulting with the Crown Prosecutor's Office on to update their Crown Prosecutor's Manual. So they all follow this manual, and we're trying to have we are having input on that manual and bringing to bear the interests and priorities of diversion, and also recognizing the very clear challenges we have, and where does, when it comes to Crown prosecutors, what is their role in supporting the strategy and moving us forward. So we've been taking all of these changes really seriously, and we're pressing them with the various levels consistent with the strategy in place. The systemic racism, the overrepresentation with respect to incarceration, and continuing to lift up Indigenous rights. Also the Gladue side of the work to ensure that those standards are brought to bear to support our people. There is a national justice strategy that's being developed. So the BC First Nations Justice Council has been engaged. The federal government has provided $11 million over 3 years to engage with First Nations people in Canada to inform the development of this national strategy. So we're continuing to leverage that and move it forward. The expected outcomes, we're hoping that it's anticipated that this national strategy will include legislative policy and program measures that we can leverage based on our strategy here in BC and be involved there. There's a lot of work being done with respect to the legal professions regulation. So I'm just reminding us all that the strategies have these two very strong prongs. One is, how do we do the work to affect what's happening within the justice? I always hesitate now. I think we want it to be a justice process, but so there's the internal. How do we affect the processes internally, and how do we support and lift up Indigenous people's capacity to continue to fill the field with respect to jurisdiction and around legal services within community. I'm just going to quickly refer. There's quite an intense engagement schedule happening. So right now, there's engagements planned, and some have already started in community, and we're going into community across the province on this engagement strategy to talk about legal aid transition, Indigenous women's justice plan, our youth justice plan, as well as the Indigenous Justice Center expansion to the 5 locations. So please check your website to get additional information. I'm thankful for this window of opportunity to report to you on behalf of the Justice Council. Really encourage you all. I guess there's a QR code there you can scan and just get direct access to some additional information. I just want to acknowledge the chair of the Justice Council, Corey Wilson, and the members of the Justice Council in the good and quite intense work that's been going on. And Siam Nasiaya Haitse for your attention today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lydia. I really appreciate that.
I'm not really sure if there's other Justice Council people on, but yeah, I'm thankful for this time today, so thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. We do have a resolution. We do have 13 that we had yesterday, and then we did have 14, which is on the policing and public safety and policing and modernization. We are expecting the Minister Hadju to join us shortly. So yeah, I'll just check with the participants to see if there's any questions for on the Justice Council. Thank you, Chief Maureen Lugie.
Good morning, Ms. I, the Chief Whitson, for her presentation this morning. I really appreciated the presentation, and I've seen the work that's being performed throughout the province around the Justice Council and very quick developments that are happening as well. And I just acknowledge the good work that's being done, and I appreciate all the topics that you presented to us, because they are definitely relevant to each of our communities. And I also would like to know more information about how we can submit a business plan for a justice center in our area. In the Burns Lake area, there are 6 First Nations and just a high level of clients that are going through the court system, and they have very limited support right now. And I think they have to go sometimes to Vanderhoof or Smithers or Prince George. And when you're living in poverty, it's very difficult to travel that length of time and, you know, to cover costs for that. So I would be interested in understanding more about how the 6 First Nations in Burns Lake may be able to submit a business plan for a justice center within Wet'suwet'en territory. So with that, I again thank you for your great report, and really extend more encouragement to you for the work that you do, because it really is very far-reaching for clients who are facing legal issues and don't know how to navigate through the legal processes. So, Ms. I.
Right, hi, I'm Harold. Just let me know if I should jump in now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Sam, for your comment and your interest. And part of the presentation today was to ensure that nations knew that this next developmental steps are being taken. So I encourage you to reach out to there's the QR code and there's the additional information. So please, we've got some excellent staff working very hard to continue to achieve the objectives and targets of the strategy. So please reach out to the Justice Council staff, and we're happy to support nations in understanding what those next steps are to increase the access to legal services for our citizens.
Thank you, and thanks for the thumbs up, Chief Lugie. All right, well, thank you very much, Lydia. I really appreciate that, and thank you also to Dr. Shannon Waters for helping us with our re-entry into the virtual world. All right, thank you very much. As noted in our agenda, we do have a number of resolutions we want to deal with, and we are awaiting the arrival of Minister Peta Hadju.
I see her on the screen now.
Okay. I'm here. Hello,
perfect timing. How are you today?
I'm well. Thank you for including me in the meeting. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, to the chiefs and delegates present, of course, we all know the Minister Hadju serves her constituency is Thunder Bay Superior North. Of course, she entered Parliament in 2015 and is just, we also remember her from her health portfolio and from her employment, workforce, and labor portfolio, and your steward work on the status of women portfolio. And you're just coming up on 2 years as the Indigenous Services Canada Minister. So thank you for joining us. We have a note here that you're helping us to address the water legislation, but over to you for your comments.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate having a few moments to be able to speak with you today. I'm way up in Kuujjuaq, northern Quebec, celebrating the opening of Inuit, by Inuit, for Inuit healing center. So I'm far, far away, but thanks to the modern technology of Zoom, I'm able to be here with you virtually. And I understand that Musqueam has been an amazing host for the AGM and also has had suffered the loss of a community member just in the last day or two. So my heart is with everyone that is mourning that loss. And I do want to acknowledge the leadership of Musqueam for continuing to host this, albeit online, for this day's proceedings. I know that many of you have been very engaged in the advocacy and in the reviews of the variety of different versions of safe drinking water legislation that we've worked on together with many partners. And I am really thrilled to be continuing this work with you. It has been really an opportunity for me of a lifetime to be able to work on legislation that not just protects safe drinking water for First Nations people in the community, but also looks to wider protection of drinking water and fresh water for everyone, really. And I think the work that you're doing to get that legislation to a stronger and more, I would say, robust framework is very, very important. And I want to thank everyone who's given me really frank feedback and given my team really frank feedback. I do believe that this legislation and a national regulatory regime are essential tools that will support that sustained access to clean, safe, and reliable drinking water in First Nations communities and protect the water and the bodies of water that serve all of us and that are the only reason that we're able to exist as partners in this big ecosphere. And so as part of the 2021 Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Class Action Settlement Agreement, you know that the commitment was made by the federal government as part of that agreement to repeal, first of all, the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act that was really just sort of rammed through in 2013 by the previous Conservative government, the Harper government, one that, as you know, Pierre Poilievre has been really intimately involved in for a very long time. And this legislation was seen as really ineffective at best and offensive at worst because it was designed and imposed on First Nations. It had no teeth. It had no ability to achieve in any respect the title that it proposed in the actual act. And so we did, as part of the settlement, repeal that legislation, as many of you had been saying needed to be done. And that repeal happened in 2022. And so, aligned with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, new proposed legislation is being developed through engagement that puts First Nations voices at the forefront, and many voices have been involved in this legislation, including in the co-drafting of the variety of drafts that have been coming forward. I truly believe this is the only future for reconciliation, that First Nations governments and citizens have to be able to shape the development of any legislation that touches their lives. And I think this first piece of legislation under the UN Declaration law and action plan is a way that we can set the course for the country for future legislation. I believe also that these are ongoing conversations to get this piece of legislation right. I know that our department has been engaging with First Nations rights holders and modern treaty and self-governing nations and First Nations organizations, including the BCAFN and the First Nations Advisory Committee on Safe Drinking Water, that will help ensure that the new proposed legislation meets First Nations needs and priorities. So here are some of the things we've heard as people have reviewed the various drafts. First of all, we've heard that the proposed legislation has to address recognition of rights, that it has to address sustainable funding for drinking water and wastewater services, that it has to address the protection of source water that feeds those water sources on First Nations, and that it has to include a way or a mechanism to have ongoing engagement on water issues that affect First Nations. So this engagement is an ongoing process, and we're committed to continuing to work with all partners during the development, and not only that, the introduction and the implementation of the new proposed First Nations drinking water and wastewater legislation. So I'm very, very honored to be doing this work with you. I am looking forward to your comments today about what you're seeing and what you're hoping to have included And obviously, we're in a bit of a time crunch now, so we'll be looking to get hopefully this legislation tabled later this fall so that we can ensure that there is actually First Nations developed and led policy in First Nations that protects waters for generation to come. So thank you. I know we've spoken about this before, but eager to hear your thoughts and reflections at this stage of the game.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Let's open the floor. I see Chief Lydia Whitson has her hand raised.
Hi, Harold. Can you hear me? My speaker is looking okay. Yes. Good. I Quincy Limnoma Minister. Thank you for joining us today. And I just want to flag for you some developmental work we're doing in British Columbia with respect to water. So we've developed a First Nations Water Caucus, so focusing on representation from Indigenous peoples through an ecological watershed focused representation, and continuing along that path with the Water Caucus, establishing a water table with British Columbia as a government. So really looking to do the work around co-development and set those steps towards shared decision making. And so I just I'm thankful that there's a continued focus on drinking water, but water comes from somewhere, and there's a whole ecological system that supports that. So we're trying in British Columbia to do the work around recognizing the ecosystem-based approach to ensuring that there is access to water. So Minister, I just wanted to let you know that we're really focusing on a model of co-development and setting out what does co-development look like. It's not, we talk about the government's work and then there's a category about Indigenous people. No, we're working here in British Columbia to build those models that represent and continue to get traction around a robust co-development and shared decision-making process. And it's hard to break through some of those systemic systems that have been in place for a long time, but let you know that we're doing that work in British Columbia, and we need your support to continue to talk about, is this a co-developed process? Are we including Indigenous voice in the process? And water is so critical on so many levels. So Minister, I just want to raise those points with you and not lose sight of the developmental work here in British Columbia with respect to water, and it links to watershed, drinking water, and the ecosystem that supports access to the healthy water we need. So thank you, Harold, for the time.
Yeah, Minister, had you tried to mention this before, but perhaps we'll take Proxy Cheryl Kazmer's comment as well, and then go back to you. Cheryl?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister Hadju, for your presentation. I'm just concerned about information that has been brought to our attention about the recent departmental plan for your ministry, and it's been brought to our attention that there are going to be some spending cuts coming up shortly. In the next fiscal. So we're looking at, let's see, we're going to be going from 23.6 billion from 2022 to 2023 and 39.6 billion in 2023-2024 down to 16.9 billion in 2024-2025, and then another 16 billion by 2025-2026. Those are significant cuts. We've also heard that there's going to be more than 1,000 full-time workers that will be cut as well over the next 2 years. So this is significant and concerning. And with the initiatives that are, currently planned and underway within your ministry, I'm just wondering how these cuts, how you're going to be able to follow through on these initiatives when these significant budget cuts are being forecasted. That's my question, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And so on the first issue, Chief Lydia, these are exactly the questions and the approach that we're taking with the new water legislation, the co-development approach. And Matt, as a matter of fact, some of you might remember that Canada was pretty hot to trot there about a year ago, and our partners didn't feel that the process was indeed at all reflecting any kind of approaching co-development. We had to take a step back, and we had to decide on some principles that we would use, and part of that was the co-drafting of the legislation, so that there was not just for example, a draft laid on Indigenous people and then, said, what do you think? This was actually collective work, largely with the AFN and their team on water. But of course, now we're in the stage of really refining it and making sure that whatever is tabled actually meets the needs. And so you're talking about what I think, hopefully, especially with the UN Declaration now law in Canada, we'll see more and more of. And I would say that this is an opportunity in this legislation to actually show other departments that sometimes don't even think that their legislation touches or affects Indigenous lives or communities, which I would say categorically is probably false for the majority of the legislation. It will, I think, show the entire system how this can be done and how this will make legislation that much richer. So there's a really great opportunity in this to really shape our systems in a different way. And so I appreciate your comments, and my team will connect with you to make sure that we're capturing the work that you're doing in the way that we conceptualize this federal legislation. And then Chief Casimir, listen, I don't know where you're getting the numbers, because in fact, my department has not in any way made any final decisions about how we're going to reduce overall operating expenses. And for me, I've been very clear. I've been very clear in the media. I've been very clear with my colleagues. In fact, the Treasury Board President's letter herself says that services and programs to Indigenous peoples shall not be considered. And so the department, has some work to do for sure. And I think all big systems have ways that they can look for efficiencies, and they can look for, new ways of doing things that, in many ways, the old ways of doing things aren't working. I think about the backlog and Jordan's principle, and can there be a more reflexive, responsive way that evolves with the growing demand, so that we don't see the kind of wait list that we're seeing. I think there's lots of room for creativity, but I've been really clear in the media, and I've been really clear at the table, and I've been really clear with the department that I won't consider any reductions to services and programs. And as a matter of fact, if we are going to continue on the path to closing the infrastructure gap, and if we're going to continue on the path of self-determination and equity, we have to be thinking through the lens of what actually the department needs to flow through in order that Indigenous communities and organizations have what they need. So my focus still is very much on looking at ways that we can contribute to the overall deficit reduction work, but that we don't in any way imperil Indigenous lives. And so that's where I'm at with that work. But if you're hearing people telling you that there are distinct plans, I can profoundly tell you that's not true, because I will be the final sign off, and I will be the one that sends the letter to the Treasury Board President recommending or telling her what our plans are. And I have not signed a letter yet. So I think it's really important that information isn't shared that is inaccurate.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I do see Chief Elise Mahan's hand up, and I'll just let the delegation know that we have time for one more question in addition to Chief Mahan, but if not, we'll finish with Chief Mahan.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, Cheryl?
Yeah, I take offense at that tone, Minister. I told you that this was information that was brought to our attention, and it was brought to the Leadership Council's attention, not just mine. And we had a meeting last week, and this information was shared with us. And there's a letter that will be forthcoming to your attention on this matter. And there are a number of sources that have shared information with us about this, and there's been a review of the departmental plan. So I'm not just pulling numbers out of the sky. I'm not just making things up. I just asked you if this was something that you were aware of. And so if you're saying that these figures or these this information is not true, then maybe you need to be pulling your departmental plan, because this is where the information is coming from. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maybe, Mr. Chair, if I can just respond. I'm apologies for what you might have considered my tone being directed at you. I'm actually frustrated that the department would provide that kind of information without waiting for the final plan to be actually signed off on. There is no plan yet in terms of the letter that the Treasury Board President sent to all ministers. I am still working through proposals from the department, and we're working through them with a very, very thorough eye to making sure that programs and services are not cut. So apologies if you felt that my frustration was directed at you. It's actually directed at whatever is happening behind the scenes there. So we'll dig into that. Thank you.
All right, thank you both for helping to clarify that. Chief Spahan, final question to you.
Yeah, Hankla Yadakshin Wanwan and Jawa and Squashley Spahan Cookby of Insulatku in the Cup Nation. Hello and good morning, everyone. Lee Spahan, Chief Co-Water Band in the Cup Nation, also proxy holder for the Kanakabar Band as well too. Thank you for your presentation, Minister Haydu. But what I didn't see in our agenda was an update on the payments for the money for the First Nations on the class action. Again and again and again, we've been told, oh, well, wait till summer. And then at another meeting, we were told, oh, well, sorry, now you got to wait till end of summer. Well, we had quite a few deaths in Coldwater and within the Nicola Valley. And there's been a lot of people asking leadership, you know, what's happening with this payment of this money coming in that the government owes us? And we're not getting answers. And I didn't see anything on the agenda. And, you know, when we had the opportunity to talk about the agenda, I forgot to raise that as to why it wasn't added to the agenda of this meeting. So I'd like some clarity on where we're at with that, because we have a lot of not only Co-Water band members, but band members within our nation and band members from the other bands that are asking, and I'm not hearing no answers from anybody.
Well, thank you, Chief Spahan. And the good news is that the CHRT has given its blessing to the compensation agreement, and now we're waiting for the federal court to I suppose, put its stamp of approval. I don't have the right legal terms on that, and that will be hopefully very soon. And then the plans for the disbursement of the money will proceed. And so, you know, listen, I can't give you an exact date because I'm not in control of the court schedule, but I can tell you that things are progressing in a way that gives me much optimism that we're very close.
All right. Well, thank you very much to all of you for the diplomatic dialogue and for really clarifying the issues where they needed to be clarified. And thank you, Madam Minister, for your time this morning. With that, we'll continue to move on to our many resolutions that we're trying to get through today. So thank you very much, Madam Minister. All right, we are awaiting the arrival of the international chief, but prior to her arrival, I do want to bring the attention of the chiefs back to our resolutions. And we want to pick up with Resolution 13. And we'll begin that discussion if we can, if the interim national chief arrives, we'll table briefly, depending on where we are in the processing of it. So on that Resolution 13, which we had initially intended to bring forward after the emergency management discussion yesterday. It's the endorsement of the action plan for disaster risk reduction by First Nations in BC 2023-2030, moved by Deputy Chief Harlan Schilling and seconded by Chief Linda Price. And I did note that both of those were present, and it just let's reconfirm that. Harlan and Linda, if you could just give us
Good morning. Yeah, Deputy Chief Harlan here.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then just to move through that, so by way of quick reading it into the record. So Resolution 2014-21 established a need for a BC First Nations Regional Action Plan for disaster risk reduction, recognizing full and equal participation. The UN Declaration and the United Nations Sendai Framework on Disaster Risk Reduction provide the framework for First Nations involvement in developing and implementing disaster risk reduction plans and mechanisms. You'll look at E there, and it does talk about, as directed, the Leadership Council has worked with the First Nations Emergency Services Society, engaged an independent contractor to develop a draft action plan for this time period. It has 30 calls to action in it to strengthen disaster risk governance, invest in disaster risk reduction for resilience, enhance disaster preparedness, and ensure a build back better approach in recovery and reconstruction. And so you do have and then we'll go to the therefore be it resolves. Therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly fully endorses the Action Plan for Disaster Risk Reduction 2023-2030, recognizing its significance in advancing disaster resilience, preparedness, and recovery for First Nations communities in British Columbia. BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the BCAFN Regional Chief and staff, working with the First Nations Summit and Union of BC Indian Chiefs Executive and staff, working as the First Nations Leadership Council, along with the First Nations Emergency Services Society, to prepare an implementation plan to give effect to the action plan for disaster risk reduction. The BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly support formally recognizing and adopting the International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction, initiated in 1989 by the United Nations General Assembly and held every October 13th, which promotes a global culture of risk awareness and disaster reduction, celebrating efforts to reduce exposure to disasters and raise awareness about risk management. Utilizing this day for annual recognition and promotion will foster preparedness planning and encourage training drills, exercises to enhance community awareness among First Nations BC and POR, which was added by the movers and seconders and the emergency management staffing people working on this. The BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly urgently request the provincial and federal governments to acknowledge the persistent underfunding of First Nations in emergency management and move towards rectifying historical and ongoing systemic challenges through the establishment and consistent replenishment of a First Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Fund. We call for the creation of this dedicated First Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Fund to enable the meaningful implementation of the Action Plan for Disaster Risk Reduction by First Nations in BC 2023-2030. A dedicated First Nations reduction funding by both levels of government is an investment in disaster resilience for First Nations communities and will serve as a demonstrable commitment to upholding the principles of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Noting our plan for pressure, I do want to look to the mover and seconder to see if they wish to have a comment on that, and I will note that Proxy Tyrone McNeil has some friends. So, Deputy Chief.
No, I just want to speak to the absolute need for this, right? Like, we take a look at everything that, specifically the last year, that the year that we've gone through with forest fires, and the fact that 80% of our communities, First Nation and Indigenous communities, are rural. So I really do want to push and move forward this, and I do see the amendment in, and I don't have a problem with it.
Thank you very much. Chief Price?
Yes, I agree. Chief Price, Algonquin First Nation. Yes, I agree. I agree with the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Tyrone?
Thanks, Harold. Tyrone McNeil, President of Stall Tribal Council and proxy for Seabird Island, calling in from Treaty 7 territory here in Calgary, who also recognize Métis Nation Alberta Region 3. Just I think the mover and seconder are agreeing to my amendments, Harold, or the ones you read out, that new number 4?
Well, so I did ask for the new number 4, which was on the screen, but I see you've added some comments in the chat. I just want to make those are different, right?
I can speak to that, Harold. First of all, I'm the lead of the Emergency Planning Secretariat. We're bringing together Cornelius and Yale, Semiahmoo to Squamish on a common climate resiliency strategy. It is based on Sendai, absolutely, but also brings in what I call tools and levers, such as the Supreme Court case in Chilcotin, which next year is 10 years old. So recognizing we have title to our lands, brings in the Yahi decision on cumulative impacts. And Harold has an interesting one coming out of Ontario in February this year called Southwind, and its relation to the land. And these are relevant articles 29. I usually do this order, Harold, when it comes to emergencies, article 29, 18, 32, and 19, and 28. So it's about lands, about adequately recognizing our title, our relation to the land is different than a real estate transaction and whatnot. But we also bring in climate resiliency around the National Climate Adapt Strategy, components of the BC Climate Adaptation Strategy. We're learning a lot from our neighbors in Washington State around floodplains by design by using nature-based solutions and really elevating resiliency, which promotes biodiversity as well. So, and you heard me yesterday, Harold, speak about the carbon benefit of doing those kind of things. That's built into our strategy too. So we're much farther down the road than this, the 30 calls for action, Harold. So the language that I'm asking the mover and seconder to accept as friendly amendments is adding at the end of the second, therefore, and that the implementation plan not limit, interfere, or prohibit First Nations or First Nations organizations from advancing at their own pace, nor their locally developed mandates, priority strategies, authorities, and representative organizations. And I suggested a new number 3, but maybe just a new therefore, Harold, that speaks to, and therefore be resolved the new Emergency Program Act modernization legislation, policies, and regulations respect, empower, and enable the 30 calls to action and the intentions of the BC First Nations Regional Action Plan and any locally developed action plans or strategies. I'd ask the mover and seconder to consider those, please. Thanks, Harold.
Thank you very much. And as I say, the staff are putting that into the red there on the screen. And so I look to the mover and seconder to take a look at that and see if that's acceptable to them.
Deputy Chief Harlan here. No, I'm fine with that. It actually adds to it, so strengthens it. So I'm okay with it.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chief. Chief Price.
Chief Linda Price, Algach First Nation. Yes, I'm in support of that amendment. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much. Is there a need for further discussion of this resolution as amended? Is there a need for further discussion of this resolution as amended?
Harold, if I could.
Seeing or hearing none. Tyrone?
Sorry, Harold, just occurred to me that, again, in support of the resolution, Chiefs, I'm a little concerned with all the activities happening around the modernization of the Emergency Program Act, the risk reduction and engagement sessions, all those things happening. So I think, Harold, asking Regional Chief to use this as a tool and a lever to better integrate our input into all the current engagements the province is doing on all things emergency, including wildfires and floods. So what we're proposing here, Harold and Chiefs, isn't recognized in any of the current engagement processes. So I'd really encourage you to vote in support of this and then table it with EMCR and the Ministry of Forests and Water immediately, because we need to get this to the forefront of all those activities. Thanks, Harold.
Thank you very much. With that, then, let us call the question. Are there any abstentions to this resolution as amended? Are there any abstentions to this resolution as amended? Seeing or hearing none. Are there any objections to this resolution as amended? Are there any objections to this resolution as amended? Seeing or hearing none, I'll note, according to our rules, that this resolution therefore is adopted by an acclamation and unanimous consent. Thank you very much, Chiefs. I do want to note that the Interim National Chief has joined us, and I welcome her to the BCAFN First Nations Assembly. As many of you know, Joanna Bedard is a former chief of Madawaska Maliseet First Nation in New Brunswick, and also served previously as their economic development officer, work for which he received a number of awards and recognitions. She was appointed as she was elected as the New Brunswick regional chief. I didn't put the date down, but it's been about a year or so. No, I think it's been almost 2 years, if not a little bit longer than that. And she, of course, served on the executive and was appointed as the interim national chief in July of this year. So welcome, Joanna, and good to see you, and over to you.
Sorry for that little confusion there, trying to get the lighting correct. Well, Quay, greetings. I am Joanna Bernard, the interim national chief for the Assembly of First Nations and the regional chief for New Brunswick. I'm a member of the Madawaska First Nation. Thank you all for welcoming me to be with you on the unceded territory, traditional territory of the Squamish peoples. I also would like to congratulate Regional Chief TG on his re-election and on taking the oath of office. I look forward to continuing to work alongside with as the interim national chief and also as the regional chief of New Brunswick. Before I begin, I want to give my condolences to the family, friends, and community of Wayne Penney. This is a great loss felt in the hearts of the BC communities, and my heart is with you. I'd also like to acknowledge and give condolences to the 4 heroes who lost their lives after performing their duties and trying to save so many others. Firefighters have stood up to protect BC and our communities during these terrible wildfires, and I know that this is felt deeply by the Assembly here today. My heart and thoughts are with their family and friends during this time. I'd also like to congratulate Crystal Starr Lois as the female youth rep for the Assembly, the AFN Youth Council, and also Kyle Alec for the male rep. Also, I heard that there was acclaimed positions for Chief Maureen Lugu and Brian Asu, and then the Chief of Kamloops, Roseanne Kazmar, the new board members of the BCAFN, and then maybe a little shout out to Jack and Linda Price as members of the board. Okay, so when I was assumed the role of the AFN National Chief, I committed to assuring the AFN resumes its important work in advancing First Nations priorities and restoring confidence in our organization to serve you, the chiefs. So I am working collaboratively with the staff at the AFN to ensure that resolutions passed by the First Nations Assembly in Assembly remain the forefront of our work. And together, the AFN Executive Committee, we are dedicated to ensuring that the AFN is advocating First Nations priorities as directed by the First Nations in Assembly. The only way to deliver these results is to bring safety and wellness back into the organization, a shared vision by the Executive Committee. Many of us are aware of the Panel 13 report presented in Halifax that detailed the harm experienced by the AFN staff and others. The well-being of our staff, AFN members, and all First Nations is our utmost priority. We are committed to ensuring an inclusive and respectful environment where everyone feels safe and valued. I assure you, we are on the path to renewal. Reflecting on my time as the chief of the Madawaska First Nation, I know the important role the AFN plays in advocating and our advocacy in relation with the federal government. I continue to respect and honor that from my time as the regional chief of New Brunswick and presently as the interim national chief. Every one of you is the foundation of our organization. Your voices and guidance are essential to ensuring we are driving our priorities forward. I have until December to play my part in this great organization as the interim national chief. While I'm here, I want to encourage every chief in this room to bring your voices forward to the AFN. Progress and success come when we stand together, and together we can make changes that are urgently needed in our communities. In December, you will have an important decision to make on who will lead the AFN and advance the priorities you've identified. Each time we gather to elect a new national chief or vote on resolutions, we send a message to Canada that we will not be divided by colonial policies. Every single vote cast in the election is important, and I encourage you to participate. I look forward to a transparent and fair election in December when you will select the new leader. And in the meantime, I would like to discuss some of the key priorities that I will be advancing while I'm in this role. Your communities and people have been in my thoughts for these last few months as BC has seen the worst wildfire season ever. This year, it seems like we have just made it through the flood cycle before the wildfires began to spread. I can't imagine how difficult this experience is for those affected. I want to acknowledge the efforts of the first responders and emergency management partners. Their contribution to taking care of First Nations affected by the wildfires that have devastated this beautiful home of yours is beyond measure. Emergency management is built on cooperative and collaborative relationships. First Nations priorities are Canada's priorities, and we must have more substantial and responsive funding to address challenges that face our communities. This means receiving emergency management services that are comparable to non-First Nation municipalities of similar size and circumstances. Our federal and provincial and territorial partners must take urgent action with First Nations to develop strategies to ensure safety, accountability, and the duty of care we are owed. Governments and partners must collaborate with First Nation leaders and our emergency management experts for solutions. We are the only ones who know what worked for our First Nations. In addition to the wildfires, our nations are facing crises every day. To end these crises, we need every tool available to us. The federal government's action plan to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is one of those tools. My hope is that our work to implement the UN Declaration will be the major step forward for reconciliation in Canada. The AFN continues to call on Canada to fully implement the UN Declaration under the guidance and decision-making of First Nations. When it comes to implementing the UN Declaration, the BC region is an inspiration and models for other regions. Your leadership helped move the UN Declaration forward for all First Nations. I want to thank you. And I want to thank Regional Chief TG for the incredible leadership that he has shown in this work. As many of you know, Canada tabled the action plan this summer. That action plan contains many steps that Canada must take to recognize our rights. Those steps are just one small part on the path to rebuilding our nations. As we move along that path, we will need to measure progress and hold Canada accountable for that progress. We will also need to start changing any laws or policies that do not comply with the UN Declaration. To support that work, the AFN continues to seek resources for First Nations and regional organizations. We know that our communities are the best place to measure progress. The AFN also continues to meet with the Department of Justice and Crown Indigenous Relations to hold them accountable for the next stages of implementing the UN Declaration. The AFN also continues to meet with the, as we move forward, First Nations will play a key role in advancing changes to policies, programs, and laws to ensure First Nations rights are fully upheld. First Nations also play a role in shaping future versions of the action plan. The action plan is the first step, not the last. Together, we will continue to push the action plan until it reflects First Nations visions for the future. As a Maliseet woman, I know the importance of our fish and oceans to the livelihood of our people. We all have the right to feed our families, to support our communities, to practice traditional ways of life, and to follow the teachings of our ancestors. Government policies is working against First Nations fisheries in BC, who are only trying to make the difference for their communities and instead are supporting large companies. The AFN continues to advocate to all levels of government to ensure that First Nation harvesting rights are protected and that these active measures to protect fish and fish habitat. We are at a tipping point of the lowest salmon population ever across the Pacific. Every effort must be put forward to help save the salmon, and we are committed to supporting British Columbia First Nations however we can. Canada has an outstanding obligation to implement Supreme Court of Canada's decisions, such as the Marshall case, to fully implement rights-based First Nations fisheries, and the AFN will continue to be a strong advocate on this. In my short time as co-chair of the National Fisheries Committee, I can assure you all that I understand the importance of fisheries to all First Nation communities and will continue to press for true co-governance and co-management. There's still a lot of work to do in the coming months. I look forward to advancing our collective priorities and shared goals and creating a brighter future for First Nations. And in closing, I want to express my gratitude to each of you for your contribution to this assembly. And I look forward to seeing you all in December at the AFN Special Chiefs Assembly 2023. Waliwan Walalan, merci. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Interim National Chief Bernard. I really appreciate that. And, just explaining the importance of the election coming up and your work on making sure that there's federal responsiveness to First Nations priorities. And then, of course, your understanding of the wildfires and the fisheries issues in particular, and the UN Declaration implementation. Greatly appreciated. Just check with the delegation to see if there are any questions. We have a few minutes to do that. I would like to move over to the our working group presentation on Métis colonialism, but I'll look at the delegation to see if there are any questions. Not seeing any hands at this point, Interim National Chief. Really, thank you very much for doing that. We did look forward to seeing you in person, but again, the circumstances did not enable us to do that. So,
thank you, everyone. Have a great AGA. Bye-bye.
And as you leave, International Chief, I do want to thank you for what I'll call your careful and compassionate leadership over this last little while. So thank you very much and best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's turn to our next panel. We are expecting the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations to join us in about 30 minutes. And so we will turn to him then. But perhaps, if possible, let's turn to the update from the First Nations Combating Métis Colonialism in BC Working Group. And that was Hugh Breaker. And I did see that Hugh was there earlier. I didn't check just right now to see if he was in the participant list, but I know he was with us. Yes, I see he's still with us. So, Hugh, can we turn it over to you for the update?
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
Calling you from the traditional territory of the Musqueam this morning. I'm going to keep my comments a little bit brief, Mr. Chairman, because we've been talking about this now at a number of gatherings, and it seems to be generating a lot of discussion among chiefs and title and rights holders. A lot of people have strong opinions on this matter, so I'm going to leave it enough time for them to speak. And I understand the regional chief is also going to be making a presentation as well. Did you want me to go first, or do you want the regional chief to go first? It's up to you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Some time ago, actually late last year, we learned that the Métis had received two large grants, one from the federal government to examine offshore issues off the shore of British Columbia. And the second one was from a pipeline company that wanted them to look at the effect on traditional lifestyle of pipeline construction. That struck us as very odd because the Métis, of course, have no land rights in British Columbia, no resource rights in British Columbia either. I don't take issue with their claim to having the right to determine issues involving their own children, for example. But when it comes to land and resources, that belongs to the title and rights holders in British Columbia. So we were surprised by the grants, especially from the federal government, and we do not think that those grants were in any way interpreted as being a recognition of Métis title. The first grant to the oceans analysis, that was first offered to the First Nations Fisheries Council, BC. The First Nations Fisheries Council said no. They said no for two reasons. Firstly, because they thought that the department that was giving the grant was going to use them more as window dressing than anything else. In other words, we gave some money to the Indigenous people, and that was about the end of it. They did not feel their research was going to be taken seriously. And then the second reason, and the most important reason, was that the position of the First Nations Fisheries Council is that the money should go to the title and rights holders. They should be the ones who are contracted to do the research. It's their territory, and organizations are not in a position to do the analysis without having input from the First Nations. So it should go to the First Nations. So there was quite a few eyebrows raised about those grants. That was followed up by a letter from Minister Rankin earlier this year, in which he seemed to recognize the Métis as being an Indigenous governance body in British Columbia. Remember, there are two Métis organizations in British Columbia. Fortunately for us, they fight tooth and nail constantly. And there's a deep division between the Métis across Canada, largely because of membership issues. Some of the Métis, such as Manitoba, have strict requirements to be entitled to one of their membership cards. You must show ancestry among the Métis, and some of them believe the Métis originate from the Red River Valley of Manitoba. So they have requirements that the Métis applicants can show ancestry there. Minister Rankin seemed to indicate in his letter that the Métis had a louder voice in British Columbia than they should have. and that they had some resource rights in this province as well. The Leadership Council took strong exceptions to that. I sit on the Leadership Council for the First Nations Summit, where I'm a member of the political executive. And the Leadership Council called out Minister Rankin for his letter and demanded that he retract the letter immediately. He did, but not in as strongly as the Leadership Council hoped, and not as thoroughly as the Leadership Council hoped. The Leadership Council met with Minister Rankin, and I can tell you that they minced no words in respect of Minister Rankin's conduct. They were very critical of him and called him out for it. The Leadership Council then established a working group on the Métis issue. We learned that the Métis have been hunting elk on Vancouver Island. I believe four members of four people who identified as Métis and who were stopped by Indigenous people and asked why they were hunting. They identified themselves as Métis, and I understand that in total they bagged 4 elk. Roosevelt elk are an endangered species. Title and rights holders on Vancouver Island are being limited in the amount of elk they can hunt. First Nations people from Vancouver Island are limited in how much elk they can hunt. For instance, in my own First Nation at Seshaat, I don't know if Chief Ken Watts is online, but he could, I'm sure, verify that the Seshaat First Nation is very limited in how many elk it is permitted to harvest each year. I believe it's only 1 at this time. So we have Métis hunting without having any ownership of land and any ownership of resource rights. The working group on Métis issues had a recent meeting, and one of the chiefs who sits on the working group informed us that he had instructed his CEO for his First Nation to go and apply for a Métis card. The CEO has no Indigenous ancestry whatsoever in his background, and he was instructed to tell the Métis that office that he had some ancestors who were Métis, and that was the only evidence that was offered. He then applied for a card, and he got the card, which makes a mockery of that Métis organization's requirements to become qualified as a Métis. So the working group met, Mr. Chairman, and we've adopted a terms of reference for the working group that will go back to the Leadership Council for approval and then work its way to the chiefs and assembly for the various organizations. We also appointed a chair, which will be for the working group meetings. Leah George Wilson will kindly act as the chair of our working group. And if you're interested still in sitting on this working group, please send an email and to one of the 3 organizations, and it will be forwarded to whoever among the staff is now stick handling this issue. The person who was stick handling it just had to leave 2 weeks ago. She's now accepted to pursue her career. I believe she's going into law. And so we've either found someone or will be very shortly finding someone among the staff to follow up on this issue. I think Maureen would have that name, and she could put it in the chat if she would kindly, so that any chiefs who are interested in sitting on this working group can do so. The working group talked about a work plan and a way to tackle this problem, and they've discussed quite a few issues. We're going to be putting that to the chiefs, hopefully at your next meeting as well. In the meantime, I've undertaken to write a letter to the minister responsible for hunting, demanding that he charge any Métis, work to see that charges are laid against any Métis who are hunting without a license or a permit in British Columbia, as they hold no resource rights or land rights in this province. So, Mr. Chairman, we're at the stage now where their working group is established. They've come up with some solid recommendations for dealing with this issue. And we'll be putting all those together and putting it to the Leadership Council and then to the First Nation organizations to vote on. We've set up our structure, our terms of reference, and it's all going to go ahead. I'm quite happy with the way the working group has been acting so far. I think they're doing a very good job. We met for several hours, 2 hours at least, at our first meeting, and it generated an awful lot of conversation among the chiefs. This is something that's hitting at home. I also want to inform the chiefs, Mr. Chairman, that the Métis were invited to sit at an environmental meeting. And again, this caused controversy among the title and rights holders because the Métis do not have title and rights. So how can they comment on an environmental meeting that involves an area where they have no resource rights? It's really quite confusing. The last point I want to make, Mr. Chairman, is that in my view, given that they're being put at meetings on environmental issues with the province of British Columbia, given that the minister is allowing them to hunt without being charged in our territories, given that they're getting grants from government and industry, I advise the chiefs that this is a direct attack on their people's title and rights in the province of British Columbia. Title and rights holders, First Nations in British Columbia have title unless they've signed a treaty, but even then they have treaty rights. And First Nations have resource rights, and only those First Nations from British Columbia have those rights. So I warn the chiefs that this is a direct attack on their title and rights, and I encourage them to make their voices heard on this issue. Thank you for listening, Mr. Chairman. Those are the points I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hugh. I really appreciate that. I'll remind the delegation that we do have Resolution 16, which addresses this particular issue, and we will come to that in due course. Regional Chief Terry Teegee is also on the agenda for this item, and so I'll turn to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that, Hugh, for that really concise overview of what we're dealing with here with the Métis issue. The only thing I can add is on a national scale, how this isn't just a BC issue, that other regions are experiencing the same issue of what we're describing as Métis colonialism. Currently, a number of First Nations and treaty First Nations in Ontario are intervening, are bringing to court the Métis of Ontario, who have brought forward to the provincial government the recognition of the Métis in Ontario as an Indigenous governing body. And this should be really concerning not to just Ontario, but other regions here in Canada in regards to the recognition of really, I would say, as a society, recognizing them as having rights. Now, you know, the other issue that we've heard many times over the years, if not in the last several years, but many decades, was the issue of resources. Far too often, how the provincial government deal with the First Nations, Indigenous peoples is they lump us together, and you know, for far too often, and I've heard this time and time and again, is that the provincial government allocates a number of their monies and their resources to the Métis and say, here's the amount of money that's going to Indigenous peoples, and the lion's share go to the Métis, when rightfully it should be coming to First Nations. And if they want to deal with the Métis on their own, they can't allocate funding that's rightfully should be going to our children, especially in terms of education or healthcare. Far too often we're lumped into the same pot, if you will, and we're fighting over the same funds and resources. So I think the other thing that we should also note is that one of the things that I've really brought forward to as well, I've talked to Regional Chief Cindy Woodhouse from Manitoba. I'm looking to hear back from her in regards to the Métis issue, because what was one of the things that was concerning to myself was the how are the First Nations in regards to the Red River engaging with the Métis, and how are they recognized? Is there an agreement? And I think we should be aware of that and see if we can engage with the First Nations of Manitoba before we do anything with the Métis of Manitoba and the Red River. But here in British Columbia, we got into really, I think, a letter war with the Métis Federation of British Columbia and also the Métis Nation, who are asserting that they want to have hunting and fishing rights. And this is really concerning to as Harold said, or Hugh said, is very concerning to. It's a threat. In essence, it's a threat to our First Nations here in British Columbia. There is no Métis lands here in British Columbia. And further to that, this is one of the issues that we brought up time and again with the provincial government. And as you relayed to you, the issue with recognition for the Métis here in British Columbia needs to be really, I think, brought forward. And then, it's really come to a head right now. We've heard this time and again in the last several years, if not decades, about how we're going to deal with the Métis here in British Columbia. But further to that, I just want to relay that there is a national discussion. There was a resolution passed at the Assembly of First Nations in Halifax in regards to the Métis issue. So what we're doing here at the FNLC and at the BCAFN is to protect First Nations rights here in British Columbia, because there is no Métis lands. We're protecting what is rightfully ours, what we've inherited as inherent rights and treaty rights. And I think it's really important that we stand up to a number of governments, whether it's provincial, federal, and or municipal. I think if we don't do that, it really erodes the definition and the definition of Indigenous rights and First Nations rights here in British Columbia. What we've long fought for in federal and provincial courts, whether it is Sparrow, Delgamuukw-Stayaway, or Tsilhqot'in, our First Nations have fought for these rights. So with that, I'd be remiss to not acknowledge where I'm calling from. I'm calling from the Musqueam territory. I'm in BCAFN offices, and thank you all for attending the third day here for the BCAFN. And this is a really important matter. I recognize those chiefs that were in attendance at our recent meeting on this issue, and it's myself, Hugh from the First Nations Summit, and Don Tom from First Nations Leadership Council. Just kind of surprised ourselves to take this on as an issue where we're really trying to culminate together, not only ourselves but other chiefs, to bring this forward and represent our First Nations and protect what has always been our rights, our inherent rights, our human rights, our treaty rights as Indigenous peoples, as First Nations people here in British Columbia. So I'll leave it at that, and thank you all here today, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Merci.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief. I note that Chief Don Tom has his hand up, as well as Hugh Breaker. So let's go back to them. We do have the mirrored Resolution 16, which, if we get a chance, we'll put that on the floor before the Minister for Crown and Indigenous Relationships arrives. Chief Don Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And calling from the territory of Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish this morning. Thank you for getting us started in a good way this morning. Apologies for being late. Some of the discussions that we've had are just to let the chiefs know that we've made plain and clear to the Minister Rankin that this BC here is Indian country, has always been and how it always will be Indian country. that our First Nations rights are paramount to any others, and we don't play second to any other, I think, nation that our group in BC that asserts these rights. There was interesting dialogue in our first preliminary meeting, and that was our efforts can't only be limited to focusing on the province and the engagement that they continue to do with MNBC, but it also has to be focused on the federal government, who in some of our engagement and some of the things that proposals that we put forward to Canada in regards to the UNDRIP action plan for here in BC hasn't been considered, but I understand that MNBC has received $1 million to do this work under from Canada. And so it's the resources, as Regional Chief TG shared, that it's these resources that ought to be coming to First Nations directly to be engaging with the Crown on this work. And the other part of the work that the working group had identified is also, I think my colleague Hugh Breaker brought up, but the industry that continues to engage with Métis, whether it be on pipelines or whether it be on whatever it may be, how can you receive consent from an organization that doesn't have rights or doesn't have the ability to give consent on projects like this? So, so our working group has also wanted to be very aggressive with industry that is working here in BC, but also with the federal government, putting pressure on them equally as we are on Minister Rankin in the province. So, you know, we're looking at strategies both politically and legally, and intensifying them as they go along, so long as BC and other groups continue to entertain these asserted rights from the Métis. And to be clear, our issue isn't with the Métis people, but the individuals who put together this organization here in BC and who are asserting their rights well and above and beyond appearing to be superior to our First Nations rights here. And whether you look at some of their papers on the hunt, where they say that they have the ability to hunt throughout BC, and they recognize our ability to hunt and fish as well, but it's limited to our reserve lands. So they're taking the same approach as I would say the Crown, I suppose. In similar arguments that they've made to the Chilcotin of these are your territories only where you stand. So when we're being faced with, I think those who don't know their history in BC, and I think, you know, for me, it's this is offensive, and it would be, I shared with the working group, it would be equally offensive as though they were to come and claim one of your ceremonial songs or one of your ceremonial dances and take it for their own. And that is exactly what they're doing here in BC. They're overstepping your beautiful and long history to the land and the territories, of which many of our creation stories are so significant to who we are as a people and how we are as a people, and connecting us to the Creator. And so it's reminding ourselves that it was the Creator who put us into these lands and these territories, and for us to live in these lands and these territories. And I don't ever recall in my creation story that they created the Métis and the Huisenich territory. So just want to thank our working group and Hugh and Regional Chief TG for updating the chiefs. And so to let you know that some of the things that we're working on is doing a letter campaign of which we can get a letter out to each one of the chiefs and councils to be able to provide to industry and federal and provincial government, and looking at legal strategies moving forward as well to be aggressive on this. So the working group, I think, had a very successful first meeting, and I like the tone of which they came with, and the tone is that it shouldn't be easy for the individuals or governments who are entertaining the Métis, and that we have to make it difficult, and that we've been far too nice to this point, and that we need to defend our lands and territories appropriately. So those are the tones of discussions that the working group had. Chief Clarence Louie, Chief Isaac, I may be missing a few, but it was a lively discussion, and one that inspired me to continue on with this work. And so thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to you.
Two very quick comments, Mr. Chairman. I neglected to mention, I was actually hoping that the chief would talk about this, Chief Tom, but I'll talk about it a little bit. I do want the chiefs to know that a lawsuit has been launched against the Union of BC Indian Chiefs before the British Columbia Human Rights Tribunal. And the Métis have launched that lawsuit seeking damages, damages for what they say is the hurt that they have suffered. They said that the Union of BC Indian Chiefs has targeted them and been racist in its comments against them. And I just mentioned that, Mr. Chairman, because it's indicative of the lengths these people will go through. It's largely the executive who are engaging in this. I just want the chiefs to be aware of the lengths that the Métis will go through in order to get their objective, which is a recognition of their supposed rights in British Columbia to resources. And so I don't think the Human Rights Tribunal has decided yet whether they are going to hear this complaint. They have to make a decision whether they have jurisdiction to hear it, and whether it is worthy being going before them for a decision. So we'll await that, and I think the UBCIC will probably let their membership know as soon as they have an answer. The second point I want to make, Mr. Chairman, very quickly, is that if you are engaged in treaty negotiations, or you want to be, and suddenly someone comes up to the table and says, hey, I have resource rights here, that complicates your claim for title and rights immensely. Suddenly there's going to be someone sitting at the table that you either have to deal with if they become recognized, or they're going to muddle the whole thing up simply by making the claim and demanding a seat at the table. So they have the potential here to become terribly, really diplomatic way of saying it, I guess, would be they have the capacity here to really muddle things up. And I just hope we don't get that far, but we got to stomp it out quickly. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Hugh. I do want to circle back to you after Chief Ralph Leon, just on some of these legal distinctions, and you'll note in the chat that Judy Wilson also highlighted a legal distinction as well. Chief Leon?
Ace Whale, South Telsqui, Chief Estalis. First of all, I really want to thank the working group. You know, my hands go up to you so much for the advocating that you're doing for us. It's pretty disturbing from what I'm hearing, and our reconciliation agreements that we're working on. We inform the British Columbia government and the federal government that we don't recognize anyone else in our history but Staelis. We recognize our neighbors, but there's no freaking goddamn history of Métis in our home. just frustrating. We work together as chiefs, to feed our people with the salmon, all that other stuff. We trade, for thousands of years. Never traded with freaking Métis. Pardon my language, but this freaking pisses me off. But if Métis came and set their net beside our families, old rules would probably come out. People get beat up when they try to take over family spots and stuff on the Fraser. But for their protection, they should probably stay off the Fraser River with gill nets and all that stuff, or spears and stuff like that, because we protect ourselves regardless who it is. I was just going to bring that up. We should bring them to court. And if they're bringing us to court, holy what the freaking hell, man? Let's bring them to court. I'd love to challenge anybody in court, anybody. Government tried to freaking charge us with eagles, try to make us have permits and all that stuff. That's a big no-no, man. Bringing alcohol in our communities like that. I bit my tongue yesterday when the other minister was there, and they got lots of fixing up to do yet before they want to move. If they want to move on in a good way, they need a lot of fixing up to do. And really thank the working group here. I'm just sitting in Mission on the side of the street listening. I had to pull over because I got frustrated, but really thank the working group. Yes, it was I.
Harold, you're on mute.
Thank you very much for that. I just made a very insightful comment on mute. Chief Leon, I just want to thank you for that, for expressing it and getting that out, right? Like, so just to, because otherwise if it pens up, it does lead to those tense situations you're talking about. So I appreciate that. Hugh, I want to circle back very quickly to you. So Judy had posted about the legal distinction about who is a Métis in the Pauli decision. You've talked about the human rights issue. One thing that would come up, I believe, and maybe you can help us to understand the distinction to be made between this issue of our inherent and treaty rights and our title, and the title of the First Nations, BC First Nations, and the inclusion of the Métis in Section 35 of the Constitution and the UN Declaration, because you can see how that would then suddenly, you can see how they might try to use that to muddle the waters. From your legal background, if you could give some perspective on that, and then we'll go to Chief Bahan for the final comment as we await the minister.
Thank you. Merle Alexander was quite right in his memo to the Leadership Council that the Pauli decision from the Supreme Court of Canada set out criteria to qualify as a Métis, but that is not being followed. That's why I gave the example of the Caucasian worker for the First Nation. The chief on the working group sent him out to get a card, and sure enough, he got one with absolutely no Indigenous blood in him whatsoever. So yes, the Supreme Court of Canada gave a decision. It is not being followed. I believe that the Métis in Ontario may be wanting the court to reconsider or to clarify some of their decision in Pauli, which could have a bad effect. In addition to that, the Métis still are seeking, especially in British Columbia, that they have resource rights. And again, they're going to ask the Supreme Court of Canada eventually, I believe, to clarify that. And so I think this is still a live issue in Canada. I don't think that we have absolute decision on it. Judy was right to raise it. My fear is that if the province continues to write silly letters like Minister Rankin did, where he seemed to recognize that the Métis have rights in BC, if we get those letters from governments and we get grants being given by both government and industry, and we have the Métis actually out on the ground shooting elk on Vancouver Island and claiming they have a right. All of this is just going to really muddy the waters. And I don't want that to happen. The rights and title belong to the First Nations of British Columbia and nobody else. I hope that clarifies it a little bit.
I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for that. Chief Lee Spahan, as we go to you, I just remind all the delegation that we are, of course, live streamed as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Lee Spahan, Chief Quarter Band, also holding proxy for Kanaka Bar Band. I support what Chief Leon was saying, you know, as First Nations leadership here in BC, we need to be aggressive. And, you know, if the Métis Association is going to sue the union, then I think that, you know, as the First Nations Leadership Council should be sticking up for each other. And you're hearing it from the chiefs that, you know, if this is where we need to be aggressive, then we need to direct the BCAFN and the First Nations Summit to step up and support the union, because, you know, this is totally unacceptable. And we need to be aggressive towards the province of British Columbia too, because they've done it time and time again where they're frustrating us, and they're acknowledging and recognizing the Métis when they shouldn't be. So those are my comments, because yeah, it's just very frustrating to hear what's going on. And you know, if we have to give direction to the First Nations Leadership Council because they do all work together, then you know, we need to do more action on this because it's very important. My comments, Kukstem, thank you.
So we want to thank Hugh Breaker, and a last word to you, Hugh. The minister has arrived, so last word in terms of the presentation of the working group combating Métis colonialism in BC. You need to unmute.
I just want to clarify from the last comments, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman, that so far the Métis have filed an application with the BC Human Rights Commission. The BC Human Rights Commission might say we have no jurisdiction to hear this, or they might just throw it out. It's up to them. If they do that, then there's nothing to fight about. They will have dismissed the thing without it even going to a hearing. If it's allowed and they say, yes, we're going to hear this, then the First Nations Summit and the BCAFN will come back to their membership and ask them to support the UBCIC. Remember, the UBCIC wrote a letter first. The First Nations Summit wrote an identical letter, but it went out after the Métis, after the UBCIC letter. That's why the UBCIC was challenged first by the Métis. So there's a process here, and if it comes to a hearing, I have no doubt that the Summit and the BCAFN are going to support the UBCIC. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I do want to note that Cheryl Kasmer has put a comment in there about the fact that our resolution that we're going to come to later on this is a mirrored resolution from the First Nations Summit and the UBCIC, which does support all the action. Come to that. I do draw the attention of the delegation to the fact that our guest has arrived, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relationship. And the Minister, welcome. And earlier in the meeting, I did talk a little bit about try to provide some context, given that you were appointed in July to this. I did remind them that you were previously the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General, and that you had served on the Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Committee. I spoke about your legal and business background, and of course about your Tamil Canadian heritage, and reminded them that where Sri Lanka and the Tamil population in Southeast India are, and you know, that you had I think it was 1983 that you had come to the country, and that fact that the Tamil people are essentially a native population and have a language in and of their own. So I tried to give that context, and I also noted that I had identified that the name I saw was Sathiya Sangari, Ananda Sangari, but that, and please help me with my pronunciation.
Canadian identity cards don't have that many letters available. So yes, I go by Gary. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the warm welcome, and I'm delighted to be here virtually. I have been really trying to go in person, but just given it's middle of the week, I'm unable to join you. If I may just offer some remarks, and I do want to just say that. One of the things that I did previous to this was development of the Indigenous Languages Act, Bill C-91, and I met many nations along that journey, as well as C-15, the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, as well as the UNDA implementation plan at the Ministry of Justice. Let me just acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from the unceded traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. And I'd like to thank Regional Chief Terry TG for inviting me to join this 20th annual general meeting of the BC Assembly of First Nations. Although I, as I said, would love to be there in person, I do look forward to meeting many of you over the course of my tenure. I have already been to Williams Lake, and I've met with several chiefs when I was there, including Chief Sayre and others. It's an honor to meet with and hear your perspectives as we work towards our common goals, such as advancing reconciliation, ensuring that the rights of First Nations in BC are respected, and supporting healthy First Nation communities throughout the province. And I do know that I'm not sure who the audience is, but I would expect Mr. Rankin to be there. So if he is, I do want to acknowledge him as well, because we are working very much in partnership on a number of important issues relating to First Nations across British Columbia. Right now, it's been a very difficult time for some of you, your families, friends, and communities, as you may have had to evacuate during this wildfire season. My thoughts are with all of you impacted, and I want to thank all those who've been working hard, including first responders, in ensuring the safety of everyone involved. This has been obviously a very difficult issue, but one that confirms that climate change is irrefutable and a fact of our daily lives. One of the impacts of climate change is an increased frequency of tragedies like these wildfires. And we know that these extreme events are hitting Indigenous communities particularly harder than others. Ensuring that affected Indigenous communities receive the needed support now and into the future is our top priority. And this is a joint effort, one that I will work with my counterpart, Minister Patty Haidu, to ensure that supports are available. We continue to reach out proactively to affected and at-risk communities, modern treaty partners, and provincial and territorial partners to ensure that they have access to timely and effective support during this wildfire season. This includes reaching out to communities and evacuees with our partners at the First Nations Health Authority to offer mental health and cultural supports, and providing support and assistance to Indigenous organizations and service providers. I recognize that there may be gaps and we need to do a better job. This includes ensuring that Indigenous communities have resources and authorities already in place before climate disasters strike. In British Columbia, First Nations communities and organizations are already moving towards a more climate resilient future through climate monitoring, adaptation solutions, and transition to clean energy. Indigenous peoples have always been strong, responsible stewards of the land, air, and water, and are uniquely positioned to lead the way using traditional knowledge. Canada recognizes that Indigenous climate leadership must be the cornerstone of our domestic response to climate change. As part of Canada's commitment to the development of an Indigenous climate leadership agenda, we are working with First Nation partners across the country, including the British Columbia Assembly of First Nations, to develop a First Nations climate leadership agenda. And as residents return to their communities, we will be there to support recovery and reconstruction efforts. I'm glad and honored to be in my new role here as Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Since September 10th, Chief Willie Sellers of the Williams Lake First Nation and I gathered at the Williams Lake Powwow to announce that the First Nation and the Government of Canada concluded the negotiated settlement of the Williams Lake First Nation village site-specific claim. The William Lake First Nation received an apology from me on behalf of the Government of Canada for the harm suffered because of the unlawful and wrongful actions that dispossessed and separated the First Nation from their lands. The successful resolution of specific claims is a key step in advancing Canada's reconciliation with First Nations by acknowledging and addressing the wrongs of the past and helping to build a better future. The Government of Canada will continue to work alongside the Williams Lake First Nation and other First Nations in British Columbia and across the country to rebuild and renew the important nation-to-nation relationship. I'd like to talk briefly about the Education Jurisdiction Initiatives in British Columbia, which is a decades-long partnership between Canada, the province, and the First Nations Education Steering Committee. Last year, we entered into education jurisdiction agreements with the Seabird Island Band, the Cowichan tribes, and the Lilwat Nation and the Aquan community in the Kitunaha Nation. This year, we signed 3 additional agreements with the Squamish Nation, the Ditihat First Nation, and the Cannon Lake Band. These are the first agreements of their kind in British Columbia, and they are a signal that a big change of direction for education in these communities, as these First Nations assume jurisdiction over their K4 to 12 education systems on their land. In support of the effective implementation of these agreements, the new First Nations Education Authority was established, which will assist the nations in their capacity to provide education. The FNEA became a party to the Education Jurisdiction Framework Agreement, which is the umbrella agreement anchoring the individual education jurisdiction agreements with participating First Nations. The First Nations Education Authority exercises authority over delegated by the nations for matters from curriculum development and graduation requirements to teacher and school certification. The certification process will enable communities to monitor the performance of their schools and help ensure they're accountable to communities and parents. The agreements also enable a new kind of teaching certificate. In addition to accepting teachers with provincial certificates, participating First Nations will also be able to hire teachers certified with the First Nations Schools Teaching Certificate. The First Nations Education Authority will have its own processes to certify and regulate these teachers who teach exclusively in schools operated by participating First Nations. In the end, these education jurisdiction agreements mean that First Nations with lawmaking authority over their education systems on their land are backed up with the resources they need to exercise that authority, allowing them to develop education programs founded on and inspired by their own culture and traditions. These agreements are not so much bestowing a new authority, but rather they're returning an authority that they had taken away from First Nations. On the subject of returns, I'm inspired by the efforts to bring the Nish Jewel Memorial Pole home. The repatriation of the pole is not just an accomplishment for the Nisga'a Nation, but sets the stage for other First Nations in Canada. The Nisga'a Treaty was the first in Canada to include a provision for the return of ancestral possessions. This is an example of what can be accomplished by a modern treaty nation. I would like to underline the importance of repatriation of items such as this and the role it plays in the preservation of cultures and traditions. I'd like to highlight some other good news, namely in the realm of settlement agreements for specific claims. While we know that much work remains ahead, Canada has been working with nations to acknowledge and address past harms. Together, we've talked through complex issues to arriving at settlements for specific claims from January 1st, 2016 to July 31st, 2023. 264 specific claims have been resolved at a cost of $8.9 billion in compensation. Last fall, the Assembly of First Nations and my predecessor in this portfolio, Minister Mark Miller, formally launched the joint partnership between the Government of Canada and the AFN on the reform of the specific claims process. The ultimate goal is the establishment of a center for the resolution of specific claims. The exact mandate of the center is at the heart of our co-development work. In more recent months, First Nations and the federal government have reached settlement agreements in 6 specific claims in British Columbia. I'd like to highlight 2 settlements we announced this summer. In July, Tracy Woods, chief of the Gittimax Band, and myself announced a settlement agreement regarding the Gittimax Band's specific claim related to the surrender of a portion of their reserve. The specific claim concerns the Gittimax 1948 surrender of 36 acres of reserve land next to the village of Hazelton Townside. Canada failed to return the unsold surrendered parcels to reserve status upon the Gittimax Band's request in 1966. Canada also breached its fiduciary duties by failing to compensate the Gittimax Band for the use of their reserve land by non-band members from the early 1900s to 1947. Through dialogue and negotiation, Canada and the Gittimax Band reached a settlement of $6.1 million in compensation. In August, the Akisnook chief and council and I announced a settlement agreement regarding the Akisnook First Nations Elkhorn Ranch specific claim. The historical grievance stems from one of the earliest Crown actions against the band of Kootenais people's way of life with the establishment of reserves. The specific claim concerns 320 acres of land known as Elkhorn Ranch, which were occupied by a member of the First Nation. According to the laws at the time, this land should have been reserved for the First Nation, but was wrongfully granted to a settler in 1883. The successful resolution of this settlement is an important step to create a better future for generations to come. While much work remains to improve the specific claims process, there has been good progress in accelerating claims resolution. As we continue our efforts to improve the process through reform, your views and input into the process is very much welcome. Historic and persistent discrimination in this country has resulted in the loss of culture for many Indigenous people. We are working to support nations in protecting Indigenous cultures, including through the 2-year Cultural Spaces in Indigenous Communities program, which has enabled us to fund 66 cultural infrastructure projects across the country, including 18 projects in British Columbia. These spaces are important for promoting Indigenous cultures and identities and addressing the root causes of violence. Indigenous groups have long voiced the need for safe, culturally relevant space as a key to moving forward on self-determination. This was called for by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and was also highlighted in the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Women, Indigenous Women, and Girls. For example, in 108 Mile Ranch, British Columbia, we committed over $5 million in funding for the construction of a cultural space and museum to serve each of the 5 northern Shuapmek First Nations. This project has been nearly 20 years in the making and will provide an inclusive and safe cultural space to protect language and culture for generations to come. And in Savona, British Columbia, we're providing more than $800,000 in funding for the Skeetcheston Healing Through Culture project, which includes the construction of a traditional pet home and museum for the Skeetcheston Indian Band. The new center will highlight the role of women, girls, and 2 LGBTQ plus people in the community. On a final note, I do want to acknowledge that this Saturday is a day to mark truth and reconciliation across Canada, and as we do so, we from a government perspective want to just extend our deepest sympathies, solidarity, and support for Indigenous people across this land, including, most importantly, those who've been directly impacted by the legacy of residential schools. And on that note, I want to thank those who are with me, particularly Williams Lake, the community of Williams Lake, for allowing me to visit the St. Joseph's School and to see the work that they have undertaken, but also capture the enormous pain and loss that we were able to feel as we walk through those fields. It is something that I know that we all must work towards ensuring that there is healing for those impacted, but also the intergenerational trauma that is really impacted Indigenous people, particularly First Nations people across British Columbia and elsewhere. I know that there's a lot more to do, and my department and the federal government as a whole are actively working with First Nations leaders to ensure safety and well-being of communities, acknowledging and making reparations for past harms, and helping to protect the traditional cultures and lands of the nations. I realize the pace of change and progress feels too slow for some, and I'm quite, I'll be one of the first to acknowledge that, but I'm also eager to move forward, and I truly feel that we are making progress. I want to close with a thank you for your vision and leadership and for your ongoing collaboration and partnership. You have opened possibilities for all of Canada with respect to self-determination and self-government, and I look forward to working with you all. Thank you. Merci. Hichapeka.
Thank you very much, Minister Ananda Sangari. As with my effort with your name, I understand. I appreciate your honest effort to say the names of our First Nations and in our languages, and I know that's something that just takes time and good liaison with the nations themselves. You will see we do have a number of chiefs who would like to address you, and so I'll take them in the order there. I see Chief Lee Spahan, and then Chief James Hopper, and then Chief Murray Abraham. Chief Spahan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hethla and Jawa and Quest Lease Behan Cook Bevan Salatku in the Cup Nation. Thank you for your presentation, Minister. I guess, first of all, I'd like to know if there's a commitment for you to come and meet with myself and my council for a day and then set aside another day to meet with the Nicola Chiefs, and there's 5 of us in the Nicola Valley in Merritt, and we have a lot of unresolved issues and concerns that we would like to talk to you about. In the time that your predecessor was minister, we had a lot of discussions. Coldwater had a lot of discussions with former Minister Miller, and there were very good discussions. So I hope there's a commitment from you to come to the Nicola Valley and meet with Coldwater Indian Band Chief and Council, and then day 2 meet with the Nicola Chiefs in the Valley, so we can have some very important dialogue on concerns and issues that are not resolved that we would like to get resolved, because we keep hearing from both federal and provincial governments on reconciliation, but would like to see more action, and I just want that commitment from you, Mr. Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister, if I could, and I should have let you know this earlier, let's take a couple of questions and then look to you to respond. And so just noting Chief Bahan's request to come to meet with him and the Nicola Valley Chiefs. Let's go to Chief James Hobart, Swaziland First Nation.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
It actually when hello, Minister, I met you in Williams Lake last Sunday or 2 Sundays ago, and
yes,
and I didn't have a chance to thank you. Thank you for your words, and as well, congratulations on your position. One of the things that Minister Miller has heard me speak of ad nausea is around the application of status. You're talking about these education agreements and stuff. If our kids can't get status in a due process within a good amount of time, if
looks like we've lost Chief Hobart there. Let's let him reconnect. Chief Abraham will go to you until James comes back.
Yep. Hari, no.
First Nation.
Oh, deeds to your hotas teeth. Susie, say Murphy Abraham sat ni. Nadu dena badai asleep. Snet Beverly Abraham. Bep Fred Abraham zitni. Saat Fern Abraham. Masaicho deeds to your hotas teeth. Deni no dai minister Masaicho. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, Chiefs. Thank you all for your time and energy. My name is Murphy Abraham. I'm the Chief of Lake Babine Nation. This is definitely an honor to sit and meet with you for the first time. We at Lake Babine have signed a foundation agreement with Canada and BC back in September 18th of 2020. Since that time, we definitely have been pushing at our tripartite table, to have Canada, meet what BC had already brought to the table. This is 20,000 hectares of land, negotiation dollars, economic funds of 15, forestry funds of 15, and a total of over $200 million that BC had brought to the table, since September 18th of 2020. And during this time, we continue to ask Canada, to bring an offer to the table and to match what BC had given us thus far in the first 5 years of this 20-year agreement. And so far, we appreciate, the efforts at that table, and we understand the challenges that Canada continue to face year after year in terms of capacity building. But this year, we acknowledge and we appreciate Canada's contribution of $50 million to Lake Babine, which will be going towards our culture centers in Tatchet and in Fort Babine. So we have done the groundbreaking in Tatchet already, and we're looking at doing a groundbreaking in Fort Babine on October 2nd. And this is definitely much appreciation to you and your department, for bringing this ask to the table. 15 of that will go towards capacity building, and 5 will go towards the governance. And, when it comes to the negotiations, we all know, that the process for this is definitely long and challenging at times. At our table, we always have an overturn of chief negotiator. We just recently had one at that table that was there for not even a month, and decided to resign. So, we have our current chief negotiator, Corey Decker, who's definitely been very energetic, very apologetic, of the process, but I know he's doing his best, to represent your department on your behalf. But we feel that there needs to be more attention to this table, because this agreement is the first of its kind. This is agreement to work towards self-determination, and working ourselves away from the Indian Act, the very system that had all First Nations depending, on government. And this is the mindset I feel that we need to get rid of, as First Nation. We need to continue to train the next generation that self-determination is important, that the dependency on the government shouldn't be a priority, but right now it is, due to the fact that Canada has to help us get out of this rut that we're in. We are organizing, we have a sufficient administration. We have professionals that are working for us. Our own teachers in our own schools are certified graduates. We have master's degrees, we have doctorates, so we're working towards self-determination. And I feel it's Canada's responsibility to start putting a spotlight on Lake Babine Nation. Because if you're wanting true reconciliation, I feel that the nation, one of the nations here in BC that are helping in terms of leading the way with the work in terms of modern day treaty is Lake Babine. So I look forward to meeting you, in October, sooner the better. We're making a trip down in October, and I sure hope that you can make time for my team and I to sit and to continue to communicate the issues and the challenges and the successes of this agreement. So I thank you for your time and energy here today, and I look forward to meeting you here in October. And I even hope that one day, that you can come to the grand opening of the cultural center and even to the groundbreaking on October 7th. But either how, your presence is needed. Your presence will show that you are committed to doing the work on our behalf at the federal level. So, Masaicho.
Thank you very much, Chief. Over to you, Mr. Minister. And I will note that Chief Hobart was able to sign back in. So after we'll go to Chief Hobart and then Chief Watts. And then I also want to note that Chief Dalton Silver has put a comment in the chat box regarding specific claims, but he had to leave.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering because I actually have to catch a flight very soon. So I wasn't anticipating taking too many questions. I'm just wondering if we could just hear from Chief Watts. And I think I generally have a sense of the question from Chief Hobart, so I can answer that. And I will look. I look forward to coming back and having a much longer conversation, hopefully in person. But I'm just wondering if you could just if we can finish the round and then I can respond to all of them.
Chief Watts.
Awesome. Klama Wamish, elected Chief Councillor Sisha, Ken Watts. I'll be really quick, Minister. I know you have to get going. So we've had success in specific claims in our AIRS, our Alberta Indian Residential School research and scanning. We've announced funding with you or your ministry or department in the past. Really just two requests is about specific claims. We're at the table with you now. We've submitted other specific claims. Just the need to give those mandates to proceed to negotiate and move forward. Two, as well as at our IRSD table, we also have a table with you as Canada. It's been a long time and a slow, painstakingly slow process. It's really, again, just looking for you as minister's mandate to, give direction to your negotiation staff, which have been a huge turnover lately. Really quite frustrating, but we're looking forward to continued working together and just requesting a meeting with you later on, either virtually or in person in Ottawa or here. And once again, thank you for your time. Chuch.
Yep.
Then over to you, Mr. Minister.
Sure. Yeah, and look, for anyone, for all those who've invited or requested a meeting, I look forward to meeting each and every one of you and each and every one of your communities. I wish I could come and visit you in person, and that would be my sincere effort. But I don't want to wait for that time. So we will start, requesting or scheduling meetings over the fall for those who are able to do it virtually. Certainly, if you're coming to Ottawa, give us a little bit of notice, and I'll make sure that I find the time to do in person. And when I'm in BC, even if I can't get to your region, we may be able to, do something in centralized areas so that I can meet as many people as I can. So that's my first response. I know a number of you have requested, and having my availability is always. I will make myself available to you, at any time. So there is one of my staff on the call, and at some point, Mr. Chair, through you or through your admin staff at BCAFN, feel free to connect them with Waleed for the time being, and we will be able to figure something out. In terms of, I think Chief Hobart was asking about, if I recall, the conversation we had. We did have a very brief conversation. It was good to see him in Williams Lake. With respect to status, let's work on that. I would like to hear a bit more about the challenges that are faced, and I'll check in with my team as well. So I will circle back to you, Chief Hobart, and I know you connected with Sarah as well, who was with me that day, so we can certainly set up a longer conversation on that. Chief Abraham, Lake Babine, I think it's progressing well, as from what I can understand. Things are progressing and they're moving forward. I would love to come. I think you said October 2nd first, and then you said October 7th. But either way, I know October 7th won't work, but October 2nd may be a remote possibility. So I'll see what we can do on our end. But absolutely, there is work to do, and I think we've progressed a fair bit this year. And I've been briefed on your file, and I do look forward to moving it along. With respect to spec claims, and I think that, you know, Chief Watts and others who talk generally about the claims process, I am having a more in-depth briefing on British Columbia very soon. Where the province is involved, I know Murray Rankin is actually a good friend of mine. Like, we worked together in Parliament before. Where it's a claim that involves the province as well, we definitely, you know, will collaborate. When it is just the federal government through the spec claim process or some other table, I am trying to assess the depth of the issues that we have, and I tend to be much more hands-on, very much like Minister Miller. So we, you know, if you can give me a little bit of time as I fit into the role, I will be able to give you a much better answer. And that's why I think meetings into October will be very helpful, and we'll make sure for those who have requested and others, you know, we are slotting them in as much as we can, and we'll continue that conversation. I don't know when my next scheduled visit to BC is, but when it's ready, then I will be able to advise you, and we can do a regional meeting or meetings, you know, with smaller groups when we're there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I would note that you would liaison with the regional chief, Terry Teegee, and the BCAFN staff that you see there. I am merely a humble itinerant facilitator.
I fully recognize that, Chair, and I don't envy your role. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you. And I've asked Waleed if he would be so kind as to share his contacts in the chat so the chiefs can follow up. And thank you very much. And I hope I haven't put you in great danger to miss your plane.
All good. Thank you. Have a good day.
Take care. All right, chiefs. Appreciate that. I would note that as anxious as I am to get the resolutions, we do also have economic and health authority on our agenda at 11:20 and 11:50. We're already at 11:40. So I do want to look to see if Regional Chief Terry Teegee, I wish to go to the economic development strategy update. And I see Sarah Bain is noted there as well. And thank you, Waleed, for putting your contacts in the chat for everyone. Much appreciated. Regional Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do have a, I don't know if the slide deck has been uploaded or shared. Okay. At any rate, here at the BCAFN, we've certainly have been carrying on the momentum with some of the dev work that we've been doing here regionally, and as per direction from the Chiefs and Assembly, my team here at BCAFN continues to work on executing on some of the resolutions and the key priority areas from from our mandates here that were set out by the Chiefs here. I just wanted to make note as well that over a year ago, I was taken off the Chiefs Committee on Economic Development and put on the United Nations Declaration Act National Action Plan. I continue to do some of the work there nationally on the United Nations Declaration Act. But with the recent shuffling of the national chief, I requested to be placed back as the chair for the Chiefs Committee on Economic Development, and the international chief agreed. So I am the co-chair for the Chiefs Committee on Economic Development, along with Regional Chief Darlene Bernard, and certainly I look forward to continue to do much of the work nationally that we have been doing from an economic development side, including trade, looking at more funding for our regions in terms of economic development. Next slide. Also, too, some of the priorities, the federal procurement strategy, increasing the amount of opportunities for our First Nations in terms of procurement, not only nationally, but also here in the province of British Columbia. As part of that portfolio of the Chiefs Committee on Economic Development, we haven't met, at least under my administration, I suppose, since last year. So we look forward to having more meetings in the near future. So I think it's necessary to have these really important meetings and have appointments made to the Chiefs Committee on Economic Development, and to really discuss many of the issues that we're talking about, not only in our region. In July 2023, I gained, like I said, regained my chair as the Chiefs Committee on Economic Development, and also, some of the activities that was under the former national chief was to bring up discussions of a national prosperity table. I'm good. I'm glad to report that at the Ottawa office at the AFN that they are shoring up their capacity at the AFN with certainly more work that we're doing nationally, including not only international trade. There is some of the work that is happening there internationally, and National Chief will be leaving Saturday. And I was invited to that meeting, but I couldn't make it. And it's a meeting in New Zealand in Aotearoa with the Central Bank Network Symposium on Indigenous Inclusion and National Chief will speak on procurement opportunities for First Nations with the central banks internationally. So that is good to have really representation. The Central Bank Network is comprised of Canada, United States, and New Zealand and Australia. More recently, some of the capacity that we've built up at the AFN includes Julie Pellerin as our Senior Director, Alison Anderson as Director of Economic Development at the portfolio of the AFN. And our next Chiefs Committee on Economic Development will be November 15th and 16th, 2023 in Toronto. And it really provides an opportunity to review the ongoing work that I really left off since moving from outside of the portfolio, and now I'm back. So speaking to many of the issues we've experienced over the last while, including the issues of food security. So next slide. In 2022, the BCAFN, we secured a 3-year funding agreement with the provincial government, and I want to acknowledge the provincial government for providing the funding for the Center of Excellence. We have worked to build the foundation of Center of Excellence, and we're excited to announce our first dedicated staff. We've filled this position, and we went through a headhunting process, and the CEO for the Chief Executive Officer for the Center of Excellence is Deputy Chief Harlan Schilling. Congratulations on your appointment, and the process that we went through to hire Chief Schilling. We're currently on the recruitment of a CEO, a CAO, and also an executive assistants, and look forward to seeking also federal funding for the Center of Excellence. Now, as mandated by the chiefs here, this Center of Excellence will become its own entity. It becomes its own thing where many of our First Nations, the idea is to create an institution where we can help and support First Nations in terms of their economic development endeavors, and provide some resourcing and capacity in regards to economic development and really learn from many others out there in terms of what is happening, current opportunities, current arrangements with all levels of government. So it's exciting. I look forward to continue to really incubate this new entity and carry on with some of the work that they are willing to do in the near future for our First Nations. Next slide. One of the issues that we're really dealing with, and certainly coming out of COVID-19, the pandemic, was to look at sovereignty over food systems. Is certainly vital to our First Nations well-being, and seeing that it came into question during COVID, access to our really, I think, our food, our traditional foods, and also further to that is access to food in general. And it's continues to be an issue because during the pandemic, prices of food has increased, and more recently over the last year with interest rates increasing and the access for affordable food is at an all-time high. We haven't seen food prices this high in 41 years. So really, I think it's one of those issues that it's really, and it's outpacing the consumer inflation, which is at 11.4%. So definitely an issue for our Indigenous peoples is access to food, and also I think it's really important that we advocate for more affordable foods and access to our traditional foods as well. So the other things that we are doing is that the BCAFN staff sit on the Indigenous Advisory Council on Agriculture and Food, which has two upcoming programs to help meet demand for investment in food security. The Indigenous Food Systems and Agricultural Skills and Training Program is called known as ISAT. Provides up to $80,000, and the intake is open September 12th to October 12th. Food Security Emergency Planning and Preparedness Fund applications are open on September 21st, and Sarah Bain, who is my economic development portfolio, and Jamie Sanchez can perhaps provide some of that information. The looking to the next slide. The Indigenous Procurement Initiative, formed in 2018, co-led by the Ministry of Citizens and Citizen Services and MIR, is currently there is significant work to be done. BCAFN sits on the External Advisory Committee, as well as other First Nations, and also I should make note that the Métis are in this as well. In the information, really we're in the information gathering phase, and it was formed in 2018, has been over 5 years to get to this stage. There isn't a clearly defined goal in terms of percentages of quantifiable metrics in terms of the work that's being done here. We need to sustain pressure to ensure that the BC government is meeting First Nations expectations in this space, especially in regards to really procurement for our First Nations. And BC bids annual opportunity is about $1.5 billion, and certainly I believe a lot of that should be coming to, or having the opportunity for our First Nations to be a part of the procurement of British Columbia. First Nations, next slide. Some of the other work that we're doing as well is First Nations Wellbeing Index. The Eoterra focus, phase 2 of 3 of the First Nations Wellbeing Index work, which will be launched via, we'll have a webinar. It's currently in a final draft. We explore the international benchmark set by the Maori and Aotearoa in New Zealand. Currently leads the way in co-development with their Indigenous peoples. So these lessons will be taken and worked into a final third installment of this work here in British Columbia. The third installment will focus on what that framework will look like in collaboration with the province of British Columbia. How can it be implemented to reflect our First Nations values in regards to wellness as globally we move from gross domestic product as an indicator to as an indicator of wealth and more focused on well-being of our Indigenous peoples here in British Columbia. So it's good work that we're doing there. It really is an indication of how well we are doing as Indigenous peoples, as human beings. And I certainly appreciate the report that we recently did and the continuing work that we're doing. And the wellness index is kind of becoming more and more accepted by countries as an indicator of how well a country is doing. It's not merely gross domestic product. It's looking at the whole of the people within countries. And we took it as a whole of our First Nations and how we're doing in British Columbia. The next slide. So one of the other reports that we recently released in earlier this year in May, June was BC First Nations Economic Participation Report. Collectively, in terms of wages, salaries, with First Nations, with non-First Nations organizations, First Nations governments, wages and salaries from First Nations owned businesses. This is some of, the 11% is what we found that is publicly provided, but that number is probably a lot more because there are a lot of arrangements that First Nations are in partnership with and other social support. So if you look at the numbers, what we contribute to the BC economy is well over $4 billion. And really it looks to First Nations households here in British Columbia, but there's also a lot of the economic development that we contribute to the British Columbia economy. And as our populations grow, BC should be looking at what we contribute to the economy, but also looking in terms of how BC and I say federal government should and society in general should close that gap between what we as Indigenous peoples contribute to the economy. There's definitely a gap between those of a general society with our First Nations people. So certainly it is a lot of this reporting, wellness, our economic development portfolios that we hold, our participation in the economy definitely contributes to this economy. So, one of the things that is always thrown in our face is that we're a burden, that a lot of what First Nations contribute to society is a cost to government. But I refute that because we do pay tax. We pay income tax if we're not on reserve. Many First Nations, the vast majority, 75%, 70%, 75% live off reserve. So we contribute income tax, we contribute to provincial tax, we contribute to municipal tax. So certainly we're not a burden. And this is really important that these types of reports, our wellness index, and further to that, we're also doing a report on gross domestic product. GDP that we continue to do with Mark Podlasny, one of our contractors, which is also important work that will give a picture of how much we contribute to the economy. Next slide. International trade, we petitioned in 2 trade missions last year, Japan and other places in the United States, looking to really, I think, shore up our I suppose our representation in the international stage. We certainly are increasing our footprint and assessing current opportunities for future missions to not only Japan, China, and other areas, but we're looking to also increase opportunities and discussions with the United States, who are signatory to the J Treaty. And this is why many of our First Nations are allowed in the United States without with the use of our status cards, but also we're allowed to work in the United States without a green card. And they recognize our Indigenous peoples in the United States. It doesn't flow the other way because Canada isn't signatory to the J Treaty, and that's one of the things we're working on and we push for. There is a group out there nationally that are discussing these issues on the J Treaty, but also trade with our Indigenous brothers, sisters in the United States, stateside, to have Indigenous trade zones. We continue to do that work. So certainly it is exciting, and there's certainly opportunity. Upcoming events, next slide. 2022 events, we have the Black Book sessions that
Did we lose, or did I lose contact?
Yes.
James, did we lose the regional chief?
We are checking.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
Go ahead, Marie.
Just give me one moment. We're in the same space, so 1 second.
Sorry, I got disconnected there. So really my last slide here is upcoming events, Economic Empowerment Forum, October 16th, 16th to 18th in Whistler. We have a webinar launch on the GDP, Gross Domestic Product, on well-being. That will be upcoming to be determined, and a webinar launch, International Trade for First Nations in BC. And look forward to the Chief's participation or your economic development portfolio holder. Next slide. I think that's my last slide. So that is really what we're doing here regionally, and look forward to the work that we're continuing to do in the Chiefs Committee on Economic Development. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Masicho.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief. And yeah, sorry about that little technology glitch there for you. Chiefs, I would note that we are at 12 o'clock and we do have a 10-minute item on our agenda. So rather than dialogue on economic development following that thorough presentation, I do note that Kaylin Johnson, a field supervisor with Vancouver Island First Nations Health Authority, did join us. And I understand we have a video. So Kaylin, perhaps I'll look to you to set that up.
Sure. Will I be sharing the video through my screen?
James, please advise. I think it might be better if you've got it.
Okay.
Hang on a second. You want to go straight to video? Okay, just a few words.
Just before we start, I'd like to introduce myself, and I'd like to thank you for inviting me virtually today. My name is Kaylin Johnson. I come from Tishat First Nation of the Nuu people on Vancouver Island. I'm calling in from the unceded and traditional territories of Tishat First Nation and Hupetchesip First Nation, otherwise known as Port Alberni, BC, on Vancouver Island. As he said, I'm the field supervisor for Vancouver Island. I'm one of 5 field supervisors across BC. So my role is to be the champion and lead communicator with Chief and Council and health directors for your nations and hopefully get consent to bring our survey to your communities. This video will give you a good overview of the rest that goes into conducting this survey. So if you're interested and have any questions after the video, feel free to reach out, and I can also connect you with your region's field supervisor. Enjoy the video, and I'll pass it back to the host to share.
Thank you.
The First Nations Regional Health Survey. The First Nations Regional Health Survey, or RHS for short, is part of a national population health survey on First Nations people by First Nations people. The RHS is for First Nations people living on reserve and in northern communities. The RHS was mandated by the Assembly of First Nations in 1996 because there was a gap in knowledge in First Nations health and wellness, especially for those living remotely and on reserve. The idea behind creating the RHS was to create a reliable, culturally relevant way to gather knowledge on First Nations people and make sure they benefit from the results. So how does the RHS differ from other national surveys? Like the census, the RHS happens around every 5 years, and its goal is to see trends in data over time. But unlike a census, people are randomly selected to take part in the survey, and participation is completely voluntary. Also, unlike a census, the RHS uses a holistic approach to track health and wellness trends specifically over time and have questions tailored to unique regions and peoples. It also follows the OCAP principles of ownership, control, access, and possession of the data throughout the entire research process. How does it work? The RHS4 is mostly carried out by the FNHA, but we do need some help from communities. The RHS team at the FNHA reaches out to community leaders and asks if they are interested in having their community participate. Once we receive permission from community leadership, we work with the membership clerk to create a random sample of community members. What is a random sample? A certain number of people are chosen to participate in the child, youth, and adult surveys, since we cannot survey everyone. The number of people chosen is based on the size of the community. Names are then picked randomly, so everyone has an equal chance of being chosen. This continues until we have an even number of participants in each subgroup. Selected participants or their guardian are then contacted by our knowledge gatherers to obtain their consent to participate in the survey. Participants can choose to take the survey online, over the phone, or in person, if that is what the community requests. What is in the survey? The RHS asks questions about many different health-related topics, including health behaviors, health conditions, access to health care, and your environment. The RHS is divided into child, youth, and adult surveys, so the content in each survey will vary a bit. The survey takes around 45 to 90 minutes to complete, and participants can take breaks at any point. In return, the FNHA will provide a $25 gift card for your time. Something that really sets the RHS apart from other surveys is how the results are used. Once the data is collected, the FNHA and FNIGC analyzes the data and looks for trends. From this, we create national, provincial, and regional reports. Data is returned at the sub-regional and community levels when possible. Communities can use this information to apply for grants and inform their policies in their health and wellness plans. In line with OCAP, the data is owned by communities, but it is stewarded by the FNHA and FNIGC. To wrap up, the RHS is an important ongoing survey which takes a snapshot of the health and well-being of First Nations communities at a point in time. It is by First Nations, for First Nations, and its findings seek to improve First Nations health and wellness. By participating, you are contributing to this step forward in First Nations-led research and are helping contribute to the future of healthy, self-determining First Nations communities.
All right, thank you very much. So that looks to be an invitation to participate in a survey. Caitlin, did you wish to say anything else in the conclusion?
Again, just feel free to reach out, and thank you for having me today. Have a good day, everyone.
Thanks,
you.
Caitlin. I appreciate you putting your contacts in the chat. So we're just 10 minutes after 12, so let us take our lunch break, and if we could, let's reconvene at 1 o'clock in 50 minutes, and we'll pick up with resolutions until the arrival of the Minister for Emergency Preparedness. All right, thank you very much, and have a good but quick lunch. Nice and Glenn, how are you? I see a few people have made it back to their computers, and so again, wants to encourage everybody who can hear to please come on back as we look to get restarted. Just give it a couple more minutes. I just want to wait your arrival with just a few more so we have what I would call a critical mass to get the conversation started. And just we'll give it a couple more minutes, and then we'll look to pick up with resolution 14. And just as people are making their way back to their computers, again, a reminder: our program is, to the degree we have time, we'll process resolutions. Awaiting the arrival of the Minister for Emergency Preparedness, Harjit Sajjan. And following him, we do also have Premier Evie at 2 p.m. And then following that, we'll use available time to complete as many of the resolutions as we can before we do the closing. And we'll do that probably a little bit later than the 2:45 time that you see designated there. And we are operating on the basis that quorum having been confirmed continues in place until formally questioned. And so that's just kind of how we're conducting our business yesterday and today. All right, then let's look to get started in our afternoon. As noted, we are expecting the arrival of the Minister for Emergency Preparedness at 1:30 and the Premier at 2 o'clock. Prior to that, I want to welcome everybody back. And as noted, we continue to operate on the basis, quorum being confirmed earlier, that we will continue operating. And on draft resolution 14, I did note in the participants list that Chief Daniel Manuel is present, and he had been the mover of both 14 and 15. 14 relates to provincial public safety and policing and modernization. I'll just note, of course, reaffirms our rights, the basis and our basis for this work, and how this is supported by recommendations and reports from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the National Inquiry on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, and that the mandates have been given through a variety of BCAFN resolutions, which you'll see noted in whereas F and G. Support for the development of a national First Nations justice strategy, endorsement of the First Nations justice strategy, the need for immediate policing reform, and support for First Nations jurisdiction of policing. And as well, the BCAFN and the BC First Nations Justice Council had the Policing on Essential Services Forum, and those results were supported by BCAFN resolution support for the findings and recommendations from the What We Heard report on police reform and policing as an essential service, and then work to implement the UN Declaration Action Plan, the DRIP Action Plan, and the recent report of the Special Committee on Reforming the Police Act, which you'll see reference also in age. have been important to this, and so therefore, let me just double check. So I do have Chief Dan Manuel present, just make sure that he's available. And I'll also need a seconder for this motion.
Yeah, I'm here, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chief. How are you? And may I have a seconder?
Mr. Chairman, Clark O'Gala, Chief Jerry Jack.
Thank you very much, Chief Jerry Jack. So on to the therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN chiefs in assembly support the BCAFN working together with the FNLC and FNJC to establish a working group with the province of BC to advance commitments related to policing and public safety modernization in alignment with the UN Declaration and the interim approach. I'm going to close something here so I can read what's on the screen rather than what's in my hand. The BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call for the province to engage directly with First Nations title and rights holders on provincial policing and public safety modernization as required by the UN Declaration. And the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call for the province to recognize First Nations jurisdiction and the right to self-determination with respect to policing, community safety, and justice, and to establish coordination and enforcement mechanisms and fiscal relationships which reflect First Nations' inherent title, rights, laws, jurisdiction, and legal orders. Continuing on. Or is that it? No, that's it. Sorry, my mistake. So that's those three there. Is there a need for discussion? Well, first, I'll look to the mover and seconder, see if they wish to address the resolution.
Thank you, Chair. I just Chief Dan Manuel up to go down. Just wanted to speak in support of the resolution. Really, the resolution is just, I believe, is intended to enable the organization to continue to engage in discussion with the province and other groups about this important matter. It's definitely something that we see as an important issue in my community, looking to address policing issues on an ongoing basis is a high priority for us right now.
Thank you, Chief Jack. Did you wish to address it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just I can't add anything more to what Chief said other than this is an important issue to me. I fully support this and hope everybody else does as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And so I look to the chiefs and proxies. Is there a need for further discussion of this resolution? Resolution 14, Provincial Public Safety and Policing and Modernization. Is there a need for further discussion? Not seeing any hands or any indication in the chat. With that, let's call the question. Any abstentions to this resolution? Any abstentions? Again, not seeing any raised hands or any comments in the chat. And let's move to the objections. Any objections? Are there any objections to this resolution? Again, not seeing any, so final call for any objections. With that, then, this resolution is carried by acclamation. Thank you very much. I'll ask the staff to just pay attention to let me know when the minister has arrived, and we will shift over to that topic. I do want to move us then to draft resolution 15, also sponsored or moved by Chief Dan Manuel. I will need a seconder on upholding and strengthening First Nations water rights in federal legislation. Oh, I see Chief Spahan is there. Thank you very much for that, Chief Spahan. Let's make sure that the chiefs are here.
Still here, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And Chief Spahan? If not, maybe we have someone else stand in his place. It could be Roseanne Casmer. Thank you very much, Cookbee. All right, as we look at this resolution, it does remind us in B that the Government of Canada has committed to introducing new legislation following the repeal of the Safe Drinking Water Act for First Nations. And we did hear that this morning, I believe. In D, it does reaffirm Canada's public draft and reaffirm the conclusion that Canada's public consultative draft legislation did not meet the needs of First Nations requirements identified through the AFN Resolution 2022 and other First Nations mandates provided over the last few years, as well as BCAFN's water engagement and in February on this. And it did note that the Prime Minister had announced in the budget 2023 the establishment of the Canadian Water Agency. And then it does refer to a number of those, particularly the BCAFN support resolutions and AFN resolutions, and in particular reference to the one where we say Resolution 23/2022 at the AFN, which called on Canada to commit to a minimum requirements, and you will see that just before the therefore whereases. Some of those minimum requirements being recognition of First Nations rights and jurisdiction, the inclusion of mandatory requirements, the commitments from Canada to provide adequate and sustained funding, to provide mechanisms to address transboundary waters, to support liability protections, and to establish some governance structures that ensure First Nations decisions are decision makers in the provision of water and wastewater services. As note, you'll see here then therefore be it resolves. Just a little editing there to make it consistent with all of our other resolutions. Assembly of First Nations and Indigenous Services Canada to work in full co-development and partnership to ensure that the minimum requirements as identified in AFN Resolution 23/2022 are sufficiently incorporated into an act respecting drinking water, wastewater, and related infrastructure on First Nations lands, including full alignment with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the Regional Chief and staff to support interest of First Nations in filing a statement of claim, pursuing legal actions, and advocating nationally should the First Nations requirements as outlined above not be meaningfully incorporated into the legislation. 3, so we'll fix that 3 there. The BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the Indigenous Services Canada to work in full co-development with BCAFN on the implementation of the Act if successful, including at a minimum the creation of a First Nations Water Commission, the development of a funding framework, and the development of a drinking water and wastewater quality standards. And 4, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on Environment and Climate Change Canada to enact the Canada Water Act modernization process in full co-development and co-drafting with First Nations, including developing a mutually agreed upon co-development framework supported and endorsed by the AFN First Nations Assembly resolution prior to the modernization process. The modernization of Canada Water Act and the creation of the Canada Water Agency must include a mechanism for First Nations to assert their water rights and must comply with the requirements of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Would the mover and seconder wish to comment on the resolution?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Emmanuel. Just wanted to note an amendment there that there was a word missed. My apologies. In the second, therefore be it resolved. I believe that in the last sentence, before the above not be outlined above not be meaningfully incorporated, there should be I believe the intention is if these the above noted requirements, if they're not included, then the option would be for First Nations to take action.
Yeah.
So I think there's a word missing there. If they're not included, then
Above are not meaningfully included. Thank you. Correct?
And then I just want to again speak in favor of this resolution. It's a enabling resolution to continue the work that's being undertaken both regionally and nationally to address this important issue. As the representative, the political representative for BC AFN on the National Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure. The work is continuous in this area, and this resolution is supporting that continued advancement of that work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any further comment on the resolution? Any need for further comment on the resolution? Seeing or hearing none, may we call the question? And calling the question, are there any abstentions to this resolution as amended? Are there any abstentions? Seeing or hearing none, are there any objections? Are there any objections? Seeing or hearing none, then this resolution is adopted by acclamation and unanimous consent. I believe that brings us to 16. Rejection and denouncement of Métis colonialism in British Columbia and the Crown's past and ongoing facilitation of it. This is a mirrored resolution that has been passed by First Nations Summit and the UBC IC. It's draft resolution 16 in your package, and this was the subject of discussion by the working group this morning. I will need a mover and seconder for this resolution, this mirrored resolution. Cookby Casimir and Chief James Hobart. Thank you very much for that. In terms of the whereas is that context was well set this morning, and so it is two and a half pages long, so I'm not going to go through it. In this case, again, given that it is a mirrored resolution, we'll move directly to the therefore be it resolved, which by themselves are a page long. And for my benefit, if we could make that just a little bigger on the screen, that would be great. Thank you. So, yeah, thank you. That's good there. So, therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly rejects and denounces the past and continuing false, unfounded, and offensive assertions of the Métis of land and water-based inherent and constitutionally protected rights in BC and related jurisdiction, including those contained within documents such as, but not limited to, the MNBC Constitution, MNBC Consultation Guidelines, A Tale of Two Nations reports, MNBC's Natural Resource Act, MNBC's Law of the Hunt, First Edition, BCMF's BC Métis Federation's Guide to Métis Consultation, and BCMF's Terrestrial Study, forcibly reaffirms that the Métis hold no land, water, or air-based inherent and constitutionally protected rights or related jurisdiction in BC, and rejects and denounces any and all forms of Métis colonialism in BC. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the Regional Chief to communicate to governments of Canada and the province that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly demands that the governments of Canada and the province and proponents acting on their behalf cease facilitating Métis colonialism in BC, and without limitation, A, confirm that with respect to MNBC, BCMF, and any other Métis representative body and Métis rights in BC, it is their position that A, MNBC, BCMF, and any other Métis representative body that asserts inherent or constitutionally protected land, water, or air-based or associated rights or associated jurisdiction in BC are not Indigenous nations, governments, or Indigenous governing bodies. No Métis communities exist or have ever existed in BC. The Métis hold no land, water, or air-based inherent and constitutionally protected rights in BC. The Métis have no jurisdiction over any lands, waters, or resources in BC. And to the extent that they do not infringe upon the inherent constitutional and human rights entitled to First Nations and are not contrary to the inherent laws, legal systems of governments, and jurisdictions of First Nations, the Métis Nation may hold inherent and constitutionally protected rights to self-government in matters related solely to their internal affairs that may be exercised in BC. B, make their position with respect to Métis rights in BC public and clearly communicate that position to the MNBC, the BC Métis Federation, and any other Métis representative body that asserts inherent or constitutionally protected land, water, or air-based rights or associated jurisdiction in BC. And C, promptly remove the Métis from any of their rights-based consultative processes, matters, projects, or initiatives in BC that implicate the inherent constitutional and human rights and title of First Nations, and cease funding Métis involvement in any such consultative processes, matters, projects, or initiatives. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the Regional Chief, working with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit as the First Nations Leadership Council, to convene a working group comprised of chiefs and technicians dedicated to combating Métis colonialism in BC. So there it is in full. I see that Chief James Hobart does have his hand up. Over to you, sir. Chief Hobart, did you wish to comment on the resolution? I know we did have some technical issues earlier with Chief Hobart's connection. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution?
Yep. Yes.
Chief James Hobart, is that you? Or I can't see who that is.
Second. Yeah, I'm good with that.
It's a good one.
Yeah. Sorry?
Okay.
I wanted to second this. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, James.
Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to second this resolution. Sorry, I'm just trying to step out of an office here. Thank you. I was listening, and I hear the frustration in the tone, even in the writing, and I understand. So I just wanted to make sure that I didn't see anyone second it, so I wanted to second the resolution. Was there some changes that were being asked?
We had senior chief, and we had. Sorry, Chief, you were a little in and out there.
I just want to say I'm good with the resolution. I support it.
Thank you very much, Chief. And we do have you down as a seconder. Is there a need for further discussion? Seeing or hearing no further need, let us call the question on this. Any abstentions to this mirrored resolution? Any abstentions? Seeing or hearing any abstentions, let us then move to objections. Any objections to this resolution? Any objections to this mirrored resolution? Seeing or hearing none, and then we would note that this resolution got resolution 16, rejection and denial of Métis colonialism, British Columbia, Crown's past and ongoing facilitation of it is acclaimed and passed through unanimous consent. So thank you very much for that, Chiefs and Proxies. I do note that the Minister for Emergency Preparedness and a member of the King's Privy Council is ready to sign in, so we'll ask that he log in. We do want to note that Harjit Sajan is in the King's Privy Council, which is, as I mentioned earlier today, is a structure created in the British North America Act and in the Canadian Constitution, which is cabinet members, some other former cabinet members, some of the Chief Justice and other prominent Canadians who provide advice to the King and Queen as the case may be. And the last time it formally met, it meets in bits and pieces here and there, but the last time it formally met was to give consent to the marriage of the then Prince of Wales, Charles, to Lady Diana Spencer. We do know the minister from his work previously in international development and defense as well. And I did mention earlier his previous experience as a Vancouver police officer and his service in the military, and we thank him for that as well. So with that, let us turn our attention to the Minister for Emergency Preparedness, Harjit Sajjan, and welcome, sir. Minister Sajjan, have you been able to log in? We did get word that he was ready to log in, so we just, oh, they're in the wrong section. They might have been on day 2, so they're coming in now. Remember, this was originally an earlier agenda item. So we'll just give that a moment. As noted, at 2 p.m., we are expecting the arrival of the Premier, David Eby, and then following that, we will continue on with our resolutions, as long as you'll give us permission to do so, and then look to close promptly after that. And I believe, if my math is correct with that, we have 8 remaining resolutions, several of which are appointments that we need to do from the floor. And we do have 3 that were in process, and we'll look to the resolutions group to let us know what is happening there. All right, welcome, Minister Sejan. I waxed eloquently about your previous experience as a Vancouver policeman and military in your military service, plus your many, several ministerial appointments that you've done. And so great to see you here, and over to you.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Regional Chiefs, elders. Want to first of all thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to join you here today. I want to acknowledge that I'm actually speaking to you from the Algonquin Non-Nationalized Peoples territory, but I grew up and currently live, and my family lives on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. And I've said this, and I think it'll be more. I want to make it more it's stressful that I want to thank you for everyone for giving my family this opportunity when my parents were welcomed, my sister and I, to give us this opportunity so my sister and I can thrive on this land. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for this. And as you know, that I was recently appointed as a Minister of Emergency Preparedness, and sadly BC have seen so many different wildfires. So I just want to walk you through some of my remarks that kind of reflects on what is going on, and then I'm happy to take your questions as well. And I also want to express my thoughts and prayers with the families who had the most tragic, most recent deaths with the firefighters that lost their lives just most recently in their car crash, and also while fighting the fires this season as well. Now, as people finally get a chance to return to communities in BC and also into the territories and elsewhere across the country, I want to assure you that we as a government, and especially my department, stays vigilant to making sure that we're monitoring and ready to respond to any other needs across the country. And all levels of government are working very closely around the clock to ensure that the impacted communities has the support to recover as quickly as possible. And we know that Indigenous communities and Northerners are especially disproportionately exposed to the effects of extreme weather events. And I saw firsthand in 2017 the impacts that took place in BC, and heard very loudly how Indigenous leadership was not consulted, and something that I personally wanted to make sure that it changed. And it was nice to see progress has been made, but we still have a lot more work to do in this regard to get it to the level that we all feel comfortable that it needs to be. And so this is going to be a joint effort with all of you, and I want to thank your leaderships on your organized leadership on as being partners, ensuring that communities are safe. And I know how some communities had a very difficult time where homes were lost, but lives were saved. So I want to thank you for their courage. Canada is also working very closely with the Northern and territorial partners, and you've seen firsthand what took place there, and the response, and especially the federal response that was required for their support. And I visited a lot of those deeply affected areas. So we continue to reach out proactively to the affected areas and to the at-risk Indigenous communities and the Northerners as well, and which includes offering also mental health support, cultural supports, as well as assistance to Indigenous organizations and service providers. But we know that because of the wildfires, the supply chain has been impacted. And that's why we're providing emergency funding through our federal nutrition program to help cover the additional costs, shipping costs that can be subsidized for food into communities. And as many of you will also know, that there's a dedicated website where individuals can access information on the services, also for non-insured health benefits as well, and how to replace lost and forgotten status cards. In the meantime, as always, we as a government will continue to be there for communities to support recovery and reconstructions. And in fact, just last week, I can report that over $134 million have been provided through Indigenous Services Canada's Emergency Management Assistance Program to directly support First Nations impacted by wildfires to assist with immediate needs. Communities seeking reimbursement through an emergency are encouraged to submit estimates or invoices as quickly as possible to ensure that we can have a timely community recovery. And we look forward to working closely with all of you in those affected areas. I know that we're in daily contact with the BC First Nations leadership to discuss, the day-to-day plans and supports that are going to be required for a long-term solution. And I will note that $10 million of additional funding has been allocated for this fiscal year to support the objectives of the First Nations fire protection strategy. That includes education, prevention initiatives, smoke alarm installations, inspections, and other non-ISC funded buildings, and firefighter training and fire department communication programs. So I know that dealing with the trauma and stress of the wildfires and evacuation is extremely challenging, and I saw firsthand visiting some of those areas. And we want to make sure that they get the support that they need. And so there is immediate emotional support and crisis intervention available at 24/7 through the Hope for Wellness helpline as well. And we also now have to stress that, something that you as First Nations leadership have always known, but the science is clear that our planet and our climate is in crisis. And we need to act now. And there's a lot of work to be done in this regard. So we're going to be moving very quickly to making sure that we can have a more resilient and sustainable approach to emergency management that will help us prepare to mitigate, create adaptation, and build resilience, but after making sure that we have the right response capacity and being able to recover very quickly if there is a disaster that we have to deal with. And just to let you know, the emergency management strategy for Canada toward a resilient 2030, it identifies the response from a federal, provincial, and territorial response, and we want to make sure that there's the First Nations component to this. And this is something I'm very excited about, looking forward to. I would say not to continue the work that we had started some time ago in 2017. So, and a lot of the work that we've been talking about, it was developed in partnership with not only the province, territories, Indigenous leadership, municipalities, and emergency management communities. And this strategy moves forward with your collaboration, and I'm confident that will help us to become more resilient. And I know that we'll be hearing from you'll be hearing from some of my other federal colleagues this week as well, and many other important topics. So look forward for those discussions. I know this is also an interest of advancing to making sure that advancing self-determination, moving forward together on a shared path of reconciliation. I'm confident that together we'll be able to deal with the challenges of safety for our community. And as always, I appreciate your advice, and I look forward to meeting with all of you. And my goal is to where we can all come together and have a discussion on preparedness. I would love to see and enhance some of this plan, making sure that we authentically and genuinely utilize the knowledge that all of you have within your communities, to making sure that we can making sure that we can prevent the impact of climate change response, create an appropriate response. And I think we have some really good ideas on how to making sure that the response is there, get you the capacity for it, but also look at it as an opportunity how we can use some of the younger generation for the training and use them for the response. Not only also my hope is not just in respect to your respected areas, but potentially use them in other affected areas as we've had to kind of move resources around across the country. I think it'll be a great opportunity for this, but I know there's a lot more discussion to be had. So I look forward to finding a time, and I commit to you if you wish to, that I can come together at an appropriate time to discuss emergency preparedness and kind of the way forward with all of you, to making sure that we have not just the thoughts that we have, making sure that we have your collective knowledge. More importantly, a plan that we can support your plan as we move forward. So really appreciate you taking the time for having discussions, and look forward to continued discussion in the future. But happy to take any questions or your perspectives at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. And I just look to see the chiefs and proxies if there's any questions or comments to the Minister for Emergency Preparedness. I will, as we are looking for that, I will let you know that so part of our discussions, we did have the presentation from the First Nations Emergency Services Society yesterday on the BC Ombudsman. And this morning we did pass the endorsement of the Action Plan for Disaster Risk Reductions for First Nations in BC 2023 to 2030, and I'm sure that'll be available to your office. Chiefs, proxies, any questions? I do see Regional Chief Terry TG and then Chief Dalton Silver.
Yeah, just very quickly, thank you for presenting today and coming to our meeting, Minister. One of the issues that was born out of the heat wave that we had a couple of years ago, the fires and atmospheric rivers, was the disaster relief climate resilience table, which many ministers from the province and the federal government, we met 6 times, but there was nothing of substance that came out of it. We, from a First Nations perspective, from our community, was to shore up enough resources for organizations such as ours, like the First Nations Emergency Services Society, and other organizations, our First Nations communities, who have done their own reports, such as the report from Silcoteen, the Shovel Lake Fire in Notley, some lessons learned up in Talpan territory, a Chapman Abbott report, and also the Philman report, and many reports which have some good recommendations were never fully implemented. So to me, it's and hearing from our chiefs yesterday and this matter is to access and have more commitment to resources directly to our First Nations organizations in our communities to address, this record-breaking year of disasters, fires, in terms of the number of fires and the area burned. It was not only, a record for Canada, but it was also a record here in British Columbia. So I leave that with you and look forward to further discussions and perhaps to have further meetings on the disaster relief and climate resilience table, so we can get something of substance out of that for the benefit of our First Nations communities to address these climate disasters and climate. We're in a climate crisis. So with that, I thank you. Merci.
No, Regional Chief, I'll probably just address that. Sorry. Should I just answer that very quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't mind. One is I look forward to seeing all the different reports. But one of the things I do want to try to move faster, and sometimes we have reports to get recommendations, and ultimately what I want to see is what drives us is what's right before us. This year was an extremely challenging year. Luckily, we've had some practice sadly from previous years on this, and not only we need to see what this last year. We also need to kind of push our boundaries and what are the what-if scenarios that could happen, what could be worse, and then we need to figure out how to prepare for those. And ultimately, any response plan that we have has to be based on what we're seeing right in front of us. So I think that as we look at some of the reports and stuff, I think we can even have move a little bit faster on a number of things. That's why I think having some discussions where we see certain ideas that we can move from. I think we can just look at, we can all just kind of come together as decision makers and start moving on things. I am very mindful of the fact that to build certain plans in place, you need to have the capacity and the right people to do it. That's something that I have already heard. And but what we need to move on very quickly is making sure the right people are trained up, making sure the right resources are at the right place at the right time. And what I want to make sure is that the local response is ready to go, because you can have all the federal provincial response ready to go, but that takes time to get there. When the emergency takes place, we need to be able to respond. But ultimately, what I'm also interested in, how do we use making sure that we actually look at preventing the management side? And it's not just about wildfires, it's about also floods as well. And then, God knows what other disasters that we might have to deal with. For example, the potential earthquakes in British Columbia. So my commitment to you is, yes, we'll take a look at all those reports and recommendations on those things. I think we can also just take a look at what we're actually dealing with and hopefully respond even a little bit faster.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I note that I had Chief Dalton Silver from SUMAS had his hand up, and then I see Chief Byron Lewis has his hand up now. I just want to double check. I see Dalton may have taken his hand down, but I want to just confirm.
I'm here, Harold.
Excellent.
That's okay.
Yeah, what we'll do is if Dalton has a comment, we'll go to him first, and then we'll also go to Chief Lewis. And so let me just keep track of that issues, and then we'll come back to you for a response.
Just short on the question. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Minister, for your report. Chief Dalton Silver, Sumas First Nation in the Fraser Valley here. I'm actually coming from the Musqueam territory right now. I need to acknowledge that. But as a result of the atmospheric river and the flooding that we had a year and a half, almost 2 years ago now, I think we have at Samath, where I live, an agreement with initially we had designed it as a G to G to G, a 4G agreement with the federal, with the provincial, and with the states and with our relatives and the tribes in Washington State. But we signed with the province and with the tribes from Washington State and with the state, and we're looking at federal involvement, and previous Minister Bill Blair was involved in some of the discussions, and he visited us over in BC here, and we gave an indication from our First Nation that we would really appreciate some federal involvement there, and that we are going international, I guess you would say across the border, and dealing with our relatives and with other governments in the States. But we were given indication that the federal government would be joining into that agreement, and we've left a signature page for the federal government, and we haven't heard a full answer yet as to which agency. Our feeling was it would be your ministry, but some felt it may be Minister Haydu's ministry. But anyway, I was just thinking that it's been a little while and we haven't heard from the federal government on this. We'd really appreciate your participation in flood prevention matters that we're dealing with. So just wondering if there's anything there where you will be joining us in the discussions and in the agreement that we have. Thank you.
Chief, one thing just very quickly on this is, I'll find out which signature, who's responsible for what based on the legislation, right? But having said this, I can assure you I'll be there. BC is my home. I've lived in that area, so you're gonna have me involved in this either way, to making sure that I increase my knowledge based on what is taking place. But I'll also allow our team to figure out with Patty's team of who legally is supposed to be on the signature page, because I do have to be respectful for that. But I can assure you I'll be jumping into making sure that my knowledge base is really increased on the whole in the whole area as well. So
excellent. Thank you very much. Look forward to it.
Chief Lewis.
Hi. Byron Lewis, chief of the Okanagan Band. When we start looking at the amount of what's burned right across Canada, it's damn near 15 million acres of
forests burnt in 2023, and you start looking in the province of British Columbia, I think it's well over 1.5 million hectares. And when you look at this, you know, there's a devastation of having to be prepared for a fire. And West Bank First Nation just went through one 2 years ago. We went through the White Rock Lake fire, where our whole community was evacuated. And you know, one of the you know, what's not looked at in depth is the aftermath of some of these fires, where you're looking at, especially in our watersheds, to where you no longer have the natural hydrograph that used to be in place when after that passage of fire. And in hours, it was something like 26 square kilometers of fire had of forest lands had been burnt. But now what's happening, we're dealing with the outcome of that is with the hydrograph that is just no longer there. Where we have in our area, we have streams that are ranked, and ours, and one stream in particular was this most pristine area, more in Okanagan, it actually burned. And now what's happening, we no longer have a stream that used to go from bank to bank. It's actually right in the stream bed right now. And, you know, last year they talked about a 200-year flood, you know, but the snowpack was normal. It was actually slightly under. So when you're looking at that, we really need to start talking about, you know, not only addressing the fire that goes through, but the aftermath of that. In certain instances, you know, in British Columbia, we're no strangers to forest fires, and even in our what we call our Chaptuk, or traditional stories, we have you know stories about catastrophic fires that went through and the starvation that was in the aftermath. But the outcome of that was the practices that followed. You know, prescribed burning in the springtime, making sure that you know, this is done on a regular basis. So much of this, especially in the interior, is tied in with our traditional practices. And what we need is, you know, you have the province stepping up, but we also need the federal government to step up, because once we start losing that forest cover, you're looking at the effects on salmon, resident stocks, ungulates, all these other things that can actually be a benefit if it's actually done right, especially for ungulates or others. But we need, you know, your support to actually look at how we can actually start recovering, because we're looking at in our area, the Okanagan sub-basin is just one sub-basin off the Columbia River. This not only affects us, but also in Washington State. But we have about 95% of all sockeye runs in the Columbia are located in our territory. So when we start talking about recovery, we need to look at it more globally, and just in the fire itself that has been so catastrophic. We need to look at the aftermath and start looking at you know, forest recovery after this passage. And we really need your support to actually do that. Okay, thank you.
You raised actually a really good point there. I think sometimes we look at recovery as just getting the homes rebuilt and trying to get life back to as quickly as possible. But with the points that you raise there is exactly what we need to do. I mean, the forest management piece obviously is going to have to be a provincial piece, that because we have no kind of direct link to that, besides for having, you know, us being part of the discussion. But but that is an important piece. The water tables and the water basins, all those things we're going to have to take into account on the recovery part. Absolutely. I think we need to also even go to the point of looking at right now when it comes to the drought situation that we see all across actually British Columbia. How is our water management? How are we doing this? So let's look at this as an opportunity for a longer term approach. And that's what I've told Minister Ma is we do need to take a longer term approach. If we're going to be looking at rebuilding, let's not just don't do it back the same way. Let's take a little bit more of a proactive, longer approach on this issue. And so those are the discussions I want to make sure that we have, so that we get that piece right. And the other piece that I want to also focus on is that prevention piece is going to be important. And if a disaster happens, how do we look at preventing the impacts of it? And if we have to respond, and getting that whole response in there. And absolutely, I don't want to forget about the points that you raised. this is going to take a little bit of time to making sure we have the right knowledge base, the science piece, everything behind it, that we move forward. And what I'd like to do is, what are the things that we can get done by the next season, if it's going to be that bad? And so that way we actually have a plan where we're looking at what we can do in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, so that we can plan it all out by 10 years from now. If we have to look, out that far on major issues, we have a good system in place. So I look forward to having those discussions and utilize your knowledge base, and getting that training piece is going to be also very, very important. Thank you very much for that. Actually, really good point.
Thank you.
All right.
And I think I got my teams. I have to go run. I got a meeting with Minister LeBlanc right now on an issue. So sorry, I do have to get going. But if I really do look forward to getting together with as many people as possible, so that let's put it this way: I have ideas. My team's got ideas, and I know you got some really good initiatives already at work. I want to make sure that we just come together as leaders. There's certain things we need to pass on to our teams, but certain things that we can just make decisions on and move on it. And that's what I'd love to do, and look forward to chatting with all of you on this. And hopefully, if you guys agree, we can find a date that works for all of us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Really
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Good.
All right, so we are just, and I was just about to let them know that we were at the same point in our agenda, and we are just awaiting the arrival of the Premier. And I had just checked a moment ago, and he wasn't quite there yet, so he's on his way. I do want to let everybody know that in terms of our resolutions, we do need to make 6 appointments to the Government Committee, 3 appointments to the Elections Appeal Committee, and an appointment to the First Nations Forestry Council. And so we're looking for names for that. And then we have, after that, 3 other resolutions remaining before we get to the 4 resolutions. Maybe just quickly on the Governance Committee. So again, there's a Governance Committee. The board has looked at the policy for that and has they've made tweaked it a little bit, but it's substantially the same. You'll see that, and they do recommend its approval. And so you do have a resolution 617 asking that you approve the governance. You do 2 things: accept the draft, ratify and approve the draft terms of reference for 23 to 26, and then to appoint 6 individuals to serve until the close of the AGM in 2026. And we'll be looking for those interested to do that. We would need a mover. I'll check with Maureen to see if, in fact, they're offered that. But as we're waiting, we could kind of get that discussion going. Regional Chief, I didn't know if you wanted to weigh in and invite some volunteers.
Mr. Chairman, are you looking for them right now?
Yes.
I will volunteer my name for the Governance Committee. Chief Jerry Jack.
The Premier's arrived.
Okay. All right, so we'll just table this for a moment and then let us turn our attention. Jerry was volunteering to serve on the committee. I hadn't done the move in section. I was looking to populate that. But let us turn our attention to the Premier. Welcome, Premier Eby. Very good to see you again. And of course, you are well known to the delegation here, so I'll turn it over to you. Oh, you're muted. Let's get that. There you go. Looks good.
There we go. Can you hear me now, Chair?
Hear you now.
Chair? Great. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, AFN, for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. Coming to you from the territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people from my office right downtown here in Vancouver. Would like to begin by certainly expressing condolences to the Musqueam people. It's grateful to the organizers for pivoting online so that we were still able to meet, and our condolences to the Musqueam people for their loss. And also wanted to take a moment to congratulate Regional Chief TG for the blanketing last night with your partner and recognition of the role of family, and reminded me of my own swearing in at Musqueam. It was a moment certainly that I'm going to remember for my whole life, and my family as well. Just so grateful to Musqueam, Chief Sparrow, and Musqueam people for hosting us then, and one of the reasons why the loss certainly hits particularly for us here in the provincial government. I think when I was reflecting about what to share with you, what to talk about today, it feels like a moment to take stock. I've been Premier for 10 months. It's been 10 months since that day at the community center. And there's so much that we've done together, and it feels like a very short amount of time. But again, when we want to see action on the priorities that we share together, every day that goes by when we're not able to implement as quickly as we want feels like it takes all too long. So I thought I would just go through some of the challenges that I see us facing, some of the work that we've showed success on, and look forward to our conversation that we're going to have. On the issue of the day, I think, we've got communities that are under evacuation. We've got people who are on evacuation notice, waiting to see whether they'll be evacuated from their homes, making provisions, packing go bags still. We're still in the middle of the forest fire and drought crisis across the province. And one of the things that certainly I saw, I know many people on this call have seen, is that Indigenous people disproportionately have been impacted by the fires this season. This is an historic wildfire season. So many horrible firsts. We just lost 4 more contract firefighters in a terrible car accident coming back from fighting fires on the front lines. And I still remember clearly my visit out to Kamloops, to the center that's been set up by Kamloops First Nation with the city of Kamloops to host Indigenous people under evacuation. My conversation with the chief of Little Shuswap First Nation about he and his brother sheltering under a bridge so that they would be safe as they listened to their gas station explode and major infrastructure in the village burned down. And to talk with them after about the long road of recovery that we've got to walk together to rebuild. I just want to say how grateful I am to all the Indigenous firefighters out there, all the First Nations governments that have taken on leadership roles in responding to wildfire and assisting and supporting evacuations, bringing traditional knowledge to the table. Indigenous knowledge has been ignored for too long in this province, whether it comes to managing the land and reducing the risk from wildfire and flood and so on, or to responding to emergency and being on the front lines. That is not our future, and I'm grateful to see us turning the corner as we all have to work together to deal with escalating crises across the province. We're only going to be able to deal with these climate challenges together, and Indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge, and modern knowledge of the land is going to be central to how we do that. As I'm presenting to you, I understand Stolo First Nation has an announcement at 2:30 about a residential school, about 4 former institutions. I don't know the details of the announcement, but it's a reminder again to us at the provincial level about our need and the importance of our partnership to support nations that are doing investigations on their territory. And very grateful to our First Nations liaison who's doing this really challenging and difficult work with communities. Part of our responsibility that I see is the need to support nations in securing sites. Not all of these sites are secured, helping nations purchase sites, protect the sites, making sure that we will not forget the legacy and that the lives lost will be honored, and that we respond in the ways led by the nations that are affected to make sure that they're able to have closure and identify the true history. There's a piece of this, a very disturbing trend that I know we've seen of residential school denialism, people who would pretend that residential schools were something they weren't, who would deny what people went through. And our only tool to combat that is education, sharing knowledge, making sure the experiences of people who live through this are not forgotten, are not ignored, and are certainly not pushed aside. And so having a day where our entire province reflects and learns, and there's ceremony to mark the legacy of residential schools is so central to who we are as a province, and understanding this and pushing back on that fight against the truth of what happened at residential schools to so many kids. Profoundly disturbing to many British Columbians, but necessary for us to all learn together and to focus on that and not forget it, so that we don't repeat it. Because if we don't know our past, we simply cannot build a good future together. And we are building that good future together. There are many different examples across the province of us reaching agreements and partnerships to work together on different initiatives. And one of the moments over the 10 months that really stands out for me was the agreements we entered into with Treaty 8 First Nations. Here are nations that, in good faith, entered into treaties with the Crown, agreements about shared use of land and resources, and did not have those agreements honored for a century, and had 20 years of negotiations with various provincial and federal governments trying to get traction on this. And I was honored to be a part of resolving some of these issues in Treaty 8 territory. That is going to mean not only that those nations have economic security and a path forward and a way to provide for their children and future generations, but also that the whole region experiences increased stability, economic security, and certainty, that agreement really underlines something that I believe to the core of my being, and I know many of you do too, which is that by progressing on these issues, by addressing these longstanding issues, we lift everybody's boat. Everybody's life improves, quality of life improves across the province, not just for Indigenous people, but for all British Columbians. And that is something that that we're seeing, whether it's on issues of us working together on housing, healthcare, public safety issues, issues of addiction and mental health, issues of land use, resource management. Our outcomes, our results are better for everybody, all British Columbians and Indigenous people, by addressing the systemic racism that has been there and the overt racism that has been there for many, many years in historical approaches to this. By moving to negotiation over litigation, by moving to agreements at the table, we're going to be able to lay that foundation for working together in partnership for many years to come. And it's good at this moment, I think, to celebrate. Even all the challenges that we face, everything that I've listed that we need to work on together, how far we've come. From the DRIPA legislation to the historic agreements we've entered into to gaming revenue, a regular source of funds, something that AFN was pushing for many years to make sure that nations have reliable revenue that they can leverage into necessary community assets. I visit other provinces, and I know you do too. And I know the relationship between governments and First Nations is not the same. And it is a challenge sometimes to sit at tables with other provincial governments and hear Indigenous people from their provinces speak about the relationship, being excluded from tables, not participating. And I'm proud of what we're doing together here in BC. And I also know we've got so much more to do together. And I really look forward to working with you as we address the challenges that we face as a province and longstanding issues that you as leadership are addressing for your community members across the province. So thank you for having me, and I'll turn it back to our chair.
Thank you very much, Premier. Again, I look to the chiefs and the proxies to see if there's any questions or comments at this time for the Premier. Linda Price, please, and follow. And Premier, let's take the two comments, and then we'll look back to you for a response. Chief Linda Price, followed by Chief James.
Dahuja, Premier EB. This is Chief Linda Price from Ogach First Nation. Just following up with our invite for you to meet with the UFN Chief and Council about our egress road. We've had a number of fires in our community, around our community. We've had to issue a number of evacuation orders as well as alerts and then extended alerts. And I'm really concerned about the egress road from Anaheim Lake. And I've spoke to you about that on other occasions. And I did receive a letter from you at the beginning of July. So I'd like to have a follow-up meeting. And I did speak to Minister Rankin about that. And he said that he would get in touch with you and set up a meeting. But I just wanted to confirm that with you as well. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Tanaya.
Premier, we have been having some technical issues with Chief Hobart, but he looks to be okay today or at this point.
Yeah, good afternoon.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I brought this up yesterday. We're having an issue right now with the BC timber sales issuing to the lumber company, to the logging companies, a green light when First Nations aren't. If we're not able to be at the table, you've just expressed yourself how the trauma that we're going through with the wildfires, and now we're watching in our backyard BC timber sales having a green light to explore building new logging roads through our territory. And I'm just wondering if you're aware of that there's a letter put out by the BC timber sales saying to the logging companies that even if the First Nations are not available to respond to logging in deferred areas or potential deferral areas, that it's a green light. This is a memo that came out from BC Timber Sales, and I sent it yesterday to Minister Cullen, and I'm just appalled that that's the direction that we have to take. That we still have this agency of the province acting as though they can just ignore all of the different processes that we built with your government to try to have some consultation. And I don't even know if you're aware of this. Like I said to Nathan yesterday, if he's not surprised, I would be surprised, because that's not the way that I see you guys going forward. But I do know that, sometimes people aren't acting as though they have any sort of control or any oversight, and that's what is happening, I'm seeing. So I just wanted to I wanted to bring that to your awareness. So, fix Jim.
Chair, do you want me to go ahead there?
Yes,
okay,
please.
thank you. Thank you. Chief Price, thank you for the reminder. I just want to reassure you that that I haven't forgotten our conversation, and there are some other nations as well that I've spoken to about the need for road access, or for the standards of their roads to access key community transportation routes. And I'm working with Ministry of Transportation to make sure that they have a request in for our budgetary processes to be able to support nations in doing enhancements to existing Forest Service roads, or to develop new access roads. I know in some of the questions that came back to me following your request to me in my discussion with government people was about the particular route of the proposed road and some sensitive areas that we're going to have to talk about. But the conversation is very much underway that you've started, and happy to circle back with you and Ministry of Transportation to have that meeting and to go through some of the things that they're thinking about now that you've raised this with us, and both for emergency and economic reasons why you need this road. So thank you for bringing that forward. Chief Hobart, I do know that we put a system in place around old growth management that called and prioritized Indigenous voices in deciding what areas would be deferred from logging and which wouldn't. Indigenous nations have the ability to notify us and say, we do not want logging in this area. We want to be involved in a land use planning process or whatever needs to take place, or we want this to be protected. It is controversial on both sides for nations that want to do some logging. It's controversial with those people in British Columbia that are really prioritizing a prohibition on logging. And then on the other side, in terms of people involved in the forestry industry, concerned about access to timber supply, the fact that we're putting this in place where essential fiber is being deferred from their perspective, and probably indefinitely protected is very, they want access to the trees to keep their businesses running. And so we're working with industry, we're working with nations around land use planning. We have 12 land use planning tables involving community, Indigenous groups, and industry, as well as labor, to do that land use planning, to identify the areas where logging is appropriate, where it's not, and to try to get away from that either or kind of positioning to a holistic approach to land use planning. I'm concerned that there's activity taking place in your territory that you're, and the stress of wildfire that your community's been under, you haven't been able to respond to BC timber sales. I'll follow up on your behalf with the Ministry of Forests and back through to you to see what's going on, because at the heart of the deferral was Indigenous consent and priorities. So I'm very concerned that that's not what's happening in your territory. So we'll follow up on that.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. I do recognize that the chiefs will see you and your cabinet in about 6 weeks at the cabinet forum, and so I do look to the delegation again to see if there are any other questions or comments from the Premier. If there are not, I'll call on to ask the regional chief if he would provide a comment. And I think I do see a hand there from Chief Ken Watts from Sechot. Over to you, Ken.
Awesome, thank you, and thank you, Premier. I won't take up too much of your time. Wamish Ken Watts, elected Chief Councillor of Sechot First Nation. I met with you several times, and I appreciate before you became Premier, you came here and shared a meal with us. Before you came Premier, you talked about housing, and that if the private sector can't keep up, that you'll look to partnerships with First Nations. And I'm actually here to congratulate and say thank you, because we've created that partnership with you and your province and the land that will be returning back to our community in partnership with the city of Port Alberni to do housing off reserve. Part of the problem is, though, and I know the province is trying to address it, is the need to expedite those housing developments throughout the province. And so I saw the Prime Minister made his announcement around GST as an example on apartments. Those are the type of initiatives that the province needs to continue to make. Those, they're not just financial investments, right? There's other ways through legislation and policy changes to support housing off reserve and led by First Nations in a way that's expediting to address this crisis that we're in. So really just looking for that support. And I want to say thank you again. The DRIPA engagement fund, I think that was a huge step about actually ensuring that we have consultation, we have funds to be involved in the consultation and the action plan. We have other agreements and things that'll be crossing your table, and we look forward to your support. So just want to say thank you again for that continued collaboration, and looking forward to doing housing off reserve. It doesn't need to be led by non-Indigenous groups. We can do that in our own backyard, and you essentially put your money where your mouth was, because you said that from the very beginning that you wanted to partner with First Nation. So thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thanks very much, Chief Watts. It's good to see you, and I'm really thrilled to hear about how you've leveraged some of our government's financial support into turning it into homes and delivering for folks in Sechot First Nation. I think there is a huge opportunity around Indigenous-led housing across our province for Indigenous people and for non-Indigenous people. My home is in Vancouver on Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh territory, and MST is because of their location in Vancouver, where the housing crisis was particularly acute, is doing some really interesting work around that. And there is absolutely no reason why it needs to be limited to those nations, and it's not. There are lots of nations exploring how they can use land to develop housing to help alleviate the housing crisis for Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, creating economic opportunity, revenue streams, and helping resolve an issue, as I was saying in my remarks, lifting all boats at the same time. It's a powerful thing. And I'm really excited about the potential there. So one of the announcements that's coming in the fall is around BC Builds, which is an initiative around building using public land, partnership on Indigenous land. And so if you have opportunities in your communities, please bring them forward. So that we can talk about them and move them forward. It's a very deep crisis. And for those nations that are already doing developments, we are introducing legislation in the fall around fast-tracking municipal approvals processes generally for all developments, and also involved in direct conversations with municipalities for an expedited process for Indigenous-led developments as well as they come forward. It's an exciting time. And it creates the possibility of some real and innovative partnerships that address a bunch of different issues at the same time.
Thank you. Let's go over to Chief Byron Lewis.
Good afternoon, Premier Eby. My name is Byron Lewis from the Okanagan Band, and I'd like to quickly talk to you. I also wear a hat of being the co-chair of the First Nations Energy and Mining Council. You know, one of the biggest pushes right across Canada has been, critical minerals, and it's been based, coming out of this whole idea of what a microchip and other developments in there, and having China having 80% of all critical minerals, and so this has really created a push. You have the United States that actually put aside $60 billion for that, and it also recognizes Canadian firms under that process of being able to access that resource. You also have Canada that just basically that has put aside an additional $6 billion for critical mineral exploration. But you look in British Columbia, there's a number of minerals that are actually identified in this province. We have some of our territory and others. But when you look at past practices of mining, especially in the province of British Columbia, even today, we have Copper Mountain that's in one of our it's in our territory, and it's also on Smelcomine River that accounts for 75% of water flows that flow into the Okanagan Subbasin. As you all know, that as everyone knows, copper sulfates actually are lethal for salmon, and some of these looks at expansion and holding ponds, but this isn't the only location in the province that is going to be impacted by this critical minerals and mining and development. I think that's one of the things that we really need to do, is sit down and talk about this, and how, because it's not only the mining of the economic benefits derived from minerals, but it's also the impacts, because we as a people are the ones that are going to bear the burden of those impacts. When you start looking at the fact that that mines only produce so much benefit or jobs to a certain sector of a society, and especially First Nations, what are you going to do with the other ones, the elders and others that are dependent on our traditional foods to get us through? And if you look at the very fact that the average wage of household wage of families, Aboriginal families of across Canada, is about $22,000, which is equal to the poverty level. And when you look at that fact of how we're able to survive all these, last 100 years or so of mining, forestry, and all the others, is because we had access to our traditional foods. And if you look at it today, that's gone. You have, Section 92 that's actually led to extinctions of species in such as southern mountain caribou. You have 13 of the 14 Chinook stocks that are requiring some type of listing under for protection. And you look at the impacts going on. Those are traditional foods. one of the guarantees of settlement of foreign populations in our lands was a guarantee that we'd have continued unbroken access for food, social, and ceremonial use. This has been that's been virtually destroyed in certain areas. And you look at our traditional territory in the Okanagan, you're looking at about 80 to 85% of our traditional, places of gathering foods and such being impacted. The cumulative effects is real for us. So I think that's something that we really need to sit down and talk to you about and have some type of resolution to where we can actually look at not only development of resources, but the recovery of our traditional foods and customary use, because that is what had us surviving contact for us, it's probably been over 200 years. And it's the only reason why we're here is because our access to our traditional foods. When today, when I go down and I sit at the table, and my traditional food of fish, ungulates, anything else, I'm lucky if I have that. Maybe I'd say about maybe less than a month a year. And you look at that and you think about that for a moment. I am subsidizing your failure to ensure that I have access to my food, social, and ceremonial use. So that is something that needs to be addressed, because that's an infringement based upon use of Section 92, which is resource development under your authority. So we really need to have that discussion.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chief. It's your comments bring to mind a number of different pieces for me. But one is, if ever there was a summer where it was more obvious to people the importance of water, this is the summer. Indigenous people have been talking about the sacredness and the essentialness of water as part of Indigenous culture, tradition, knowledge for a really long time. And I think this summer is such a good illustration of why that is. It's the source of health, of commerce, of life, of food. And so many of our salmon stocks under stress, so many fish stocks under stress. I was talking to Chief Lydia Whitsom about Cowichan and the river there, where they're literally pumping. They've got 7 pumps pumping water into the river to keep it going, so that the fish stocks aren't extinguished. This is a serious crisis around water, and it's a reckoning about a long period of time in our province where we took water for granted, and that's got to change. And so we have a $100 million fund around water sustainability. The Indigenous voice is central to the work that's going to come out of that fund. There's work that's been done with Indigenous leadership communities across the province about water sustainability. And what it's about that restoration economy. It's about what we're doing in Treaty 8. Here's an area of the province where cumulative impacts have decimated traditional food sources for Treaty 8 First Nations. How do we rebuild those ecosystems to restore the traditional food, traditional access for the people of the Treaty 8 First Nations? And it's not just Treaty 8, it's across the province. So we're doing that work in partnership. We got a lot of work to do. But I also want to address your point about mining. British Columbia has the potential to really support the world in the transition away from fossil fuels with some of the resources we have here. That could be clean electricity to produce green hydrogen. That could be critical minerals. That could be sustainably harvested timber. You name it, we're in a very good position to do that, but we have to ensure that we're not picking between environmental destruction on the one hand, and just anything goes, and on the other hand, no economic development and failing to leverage our resources to support the global shift that needs to happen. And the key to that, I think, is Indigenous partnership, the long-range vision of Indigenous communities about impacts. And so what I'm excited about are the partnerships that we're working around hydro generation and transmission, the Northwest transmission line, about Indigenous ownership opportunities, about the fund with the New Relationship Trust to create energy generation opportunities so that we can increase energy generation across the province and support Indigenous economic opportunities which is our sustainable advantage, getting away from those carbon pollutions that cause climate change, and looking at one of the new mines that's opening, Artemis Gold, is supported by the local nations because of partnership on the site. And ultimately, I think we're going to see co-ownership models around mines, which will incorporate Indigenous ways of doing things while ensuring economic development and leveraging our province's resources. My message to the mining sector, forestry sector, any land use sector is unless you have Indigenous partners, you're going to really struggle in this province. It's the old way of doing things is done. And you need to be engaging. And so they need to hear you, Chief Louis, on your concerns around protecting salmon in your community, because the project simply will not be successful, cannot be successful. Our province can't be successful by ignoring those key things that are so important to every British Columbian.
Thank you very much, Premier. What we'll do is let's turn to the regional chief for a final comment and to provide some thanks. And if following that, if you have any final comments at all, please feel free to share.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Premier, for attending our BCAFN, and thank you for the kind words of congratulations. And I look forward to the next 3 years in my tenure. I also look forward to some of the discussions that we had the last few days with the mandate given to myself and our other sister organizations, Union and BC Indian Chiefs First Nation Summit, to do some of the work of really implementing the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and look forward to continue to work with your government. And yeah, I think one of the things that we need to look forward to is dealing with a number of issues, including not just wildfires and atmospheric rivers, but also the ongoing issues of the opioid crisis, homelessness. There's any number of issues that if we work together with your government, the federal government, and even municipalities, then we'll have better outcomes for all Indigenous peoples and all British Columbians. So thank you for attending our event. Masi.
Thanks very much, Regional Chief. Thanks for having me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Premier. Have a good day. We have before us a little bit of work before we turn to the closing, and so we shouldn't be too very long. We have 4 resolutions, or 4? 6 resolutions? My math at this hour. So 6 in the existing package, and I had mentioned we had started with the governance and committee, and then the election appeals committee. And then you will have just received electronically a copy of the 3 late resolutions, which were in before Wednesday. Each of those 3 did emerge from our agenda items in our conversations. So the first one relates to emergency management services. The second one relates to fisheries and special chiefs meeting on the Trilateral Salmon Accord. And then, as you may recall, from the honoring of the Lake Babine workers for murdered and missing Indigenous peoples, we did hear from the International Center for Missing Persons from the UN, and they had talked about a resolution, and that has been processed as well. And it's really just about working together with that international center. So I think we can process those fairly quickly, but I will turn your attention to Resolution 17 and ask the staff to put that up. I know often we've been doing some work behind the scenes to try to find those movers and seconders. And just to do it properly, I will look to make sure we do have a mover and seconder of draft Resolution 17, Governance Committee appointments in terms of reference. We can get that on screen. I just want to make sure we get a mover and seconder. I'll note that Chief Jerry Jack did volunteer, I believe, to be on the Governance Committee. Yeah, so so I just want to make sure we do have a mover and seconder. If I can get a raised hand, that would be great. Thank you, Cookby Casimir, as a mover. And the seconder, please. Thank you very much, Proxy Simpelan. Much appreciated. So as noted, the board reviews the bylaws, and then they're substantially the same. They do recommend them to the assembly, and we do need to appoint 6 members. Chief Jerry Jack had volunteered, and so we do want to open the discussion to look for volunteers. I did see Chief Price's hand, and I think she was offering to be a mover or seconder. Otherwise, I will quickly take that as a volunteer to be on the governance committee, Chief Price. But I do look to the delegation for some volunteers, and we do take volunteers. You want to thank Chief Jerry Jack for doing that? So I am in the hands of the floor, essentially, to identify names for the governance committee. Otherwise, I'm not sure how to proceed with this one. Chief Victor Isaac, I see your hand.
Yeah, I think not too many people jumping at the opportunity here. So, just trying to find out what it entails. And, we're all busy at this chief's level for sure. And, maybe we could forward some names in the next little while if we feel we got somebody that would be able to partake. But yeah, just to see what it entails would be helpful, just because, like I say, our schedules are so busy. Thanks.
Yeah, in the package, there is the terms of reference are attached. I don't have them in my package, so I'll look to somebody from the BCAFN to just give that synopsis of the role of the governance committee.
Thank you.
Darren, maybe we'll turn to you. You know the terms of reference inside out.
Sure. Thanks, Maureen. Chair, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Thank you, Darren.
Great. Thank you. So the Governance Committee is a standing committee of the BCAFN. It meets regularly, but not frequently. It primarily addresses potential amendments to recommend to BCAFN's governance documents. I think typically it's met 3 to 4 times a year. It is a 3-year appointment. And it can meet more frequently if needed, but typically it's about 3 times a year.
All right, given that clarification, do we have from the existing delegation volunteers or recommended names? Nominated names, I guess we'd call it.
Harold, Chief Ken Watts here. You could put my name forward.
How many are you looking for? Sorry.
1 more.
I'll put my name forward just for I guess learning about the process. I've been involved with politics for 100 years now, so I just got elected chief in May, so put my hat in the ring there if that's okay.
Awesome. Three more. There's plenty of lines, no waiting. And Darren, perhaps just as a clarification, if we're not able to fill all 6 positions at this point, is there a provision for a process to fill them prior offline?
Yes, typically if we aren't able to fill all positions, we'll return to the assembly at the next opportunity to fill those vacancies by resolution.
Okay. All right. Be nice to have one more, if possible, from this existing delegation.
Hi there. I'll put my name forward. Gabe Williams, proxy for sketching.
Just to double check that, Darren, just in terms of membership eligibility, some of our committees are all like to be on the board. It's a chief role, but for these roles, as I recall, they're not required to be chiefs.
For this particular committee, it do need to be a chief, a member delegate, to serve. Quorum is 3 for the committee, so we could proceed with the 3 names put forward there. One more would be preferable.
Yeah, yeah, and it allows somebody not to be there. Yeah, and I do appreciate the volunteerism, Gabe. Yeah, again, just given the particular rules of the organization. So this would be the heir and a spare situation. We just want that one more, which allows, because in this situation for quorum, if you only have the 3, then all 3 must be available in order to meet. And so if you have that one extra, it allows a little bit of latitude in terms of our busy schedules.
Chief Sid, I'll put my name forward.
Yay, Sid.
Thank you very much. Happily accepted. Thank you very much, Chief Scotchman. Okay, so I think we can leave it there, and then we will look to come to the next assembly. While we will continue this one to November 1st, it'll be specifically on the financial statements, and so this would be then in your March meeting. With that, then let us call the question on this. So, in this resolution, to accept these appointments and to accept the draft terms of reference. Is there any abstentions to this resolution? Any abstentions? Seeing or hearing none. Any objections? Any objections? Seeing or hearing none, then let us adopt this one by acclamation and move to draft resolution 18, which is the Election Appeals Committee. Again, maybe Darren, just give us a brief blurb and just in terms of eligibility requirements. For this one, we need 3.
Yes, certainly, that's right. So for this committee, it does not necessarily need to be a chief or member delegate. We're looking here for a mix of skills and experience, skills in reviewing elections or administrating elections, legal expertise. So we've had lawyers serve on the committee in the past, experience with BCAFN's procedures and governance processes. So a mix of 3 folks that cover the breadth of the skills necessary to hear a possible appeal of an election. This is a 3-year appointment. It would be hearing any appeal of an election, not these elections that just happened at this event, but for the next 3 years, any elections at the BCAFN that may be appealed.
And are we expecting, I'm just trying to remember the way the sequencing of some of the positions go, whether it's board, particularly for the board, and are we expecting elections within the next 3 years?
So in the next 3 years, we would be, barring acclamations, we would be anticipating elections for both directors as well as elected representatives, in addition to the regional chief election in 2026.
All right, thanks for that. My internet was a little fuzzy there, but I appreciate the clarification. I was wondering, Gabe, if you'd be willing to stand forward for this committee? And then we do need 2 others. Well, by the way, perhaps procedurally, let's make sure we have a mover and seconder of this. Yeah, thank you. Seeing it on the screen reminds me. So we do need a mover of this draft resolution for the Elections Appeal Committee appointments and terms of reference adoption. I see
Victor Isaac, I'll move that if you like.
Proxy Sempelan, thank you very much for that. Seconder?
Victor Isaac.
Victor Isaac, thank you very much, Victor. Good, and similar to the other one, the previous committee reviewed the rules, the board recommended them forward. They're essentially the same, so, some minor cleaning up, and then we're looking for the 3 appointments. And these do not have to be chiefs and so proxies. If you wish to stand forward, you're welcome to do that, or others that can help fill out those skill areas and experience areas.
Everybody's gun shy today.
Yeah, I think the point about everybody being busy was well taken.
Yeah.
But we do need to do that. Darren, can you talk about how often this group meets, if you didn't already?
Yes. So this committee does not meet regularly. There's a first meeting to appoint a chair after this meeting, and then the only other meeting would occur if an appeal is actually filed. So it's not a time commitment. It's more a commitment to act when called upon.
I call them a just in case committee. Again, I do look for 3 volunteers or 3 nominations. Victor?
Yeah, you know what? When we have an election and appeal process, we have people outside the organization to sort of like a neutral. We pick people from the municipal side of town that we know to sort of volunteer, and then they come forward to help us with any disputes. But like you say, they're rare. So, but we're trying to remain neutral. So I don't know if that's a thought.
All right. And thank you very much. And I do note that Chief Laura Muscle, thank you very much for agreeing to serve on the Election Appeal Committee. I see that in the chat comments. Spin the wheel. The SAV, if you still have the names of the chiefs and proxies, we'll spin the wheel. That's a comment from Chief Scotsman in the chat. We do need again on this one. Again, it's not a big time commitment. It is just can be a bit of a heavy responsibility when it happens, but it's also very brief and very specific. See, Victor.
We need one more.
2.
2 more. Well, I just got elected for a 3-year term, so if you need somebody, I'll like it's very rare and less frequent. So put my name forward if you like.
Yeah, and Darren, just to clarify, did we put Victor on the governance committee as well?
I have to check that.
Yes, we did. Yeah, he was.
And
that's okay.
Okay. Well, then, thank you very much, Chief Victor. Victor. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it's Leah.
Yes. Hi, Leah.
Hi, I volunteer.
Thank you very much. I was just about to take Laura Chief Muscle's nomination of Sempelan. Awesome, thank you very much. So given that, let us call the question on this to accept the updated terms of reference and these volunteer appointments. Is there any abstention to this resolution? Any abstention to this resolution? Any objections? Any objections? Hearing neither, resolution 19 or 18, the appeals committee is adopted by acclamation. Thank you very much. Let us move to the last appointment for today, and not the last resolution. Draft 19 is the BCAFN appointment to the First Nations Fishery Council Board of Directors. We need one person for that. The three sponsoring organizations, the First Nations Summit, Union BC Indian Chiefs, and the BCAFN do nominate the board members. May I have a mover for this resolution? Thank you very much. Sempelan, as a mover. Seconder, please.
I'll second.
Go ahead.
Was that Leah?
It was.
Thank you very much, Leah.
Thank you.
And then is there a volunteer to serve on the Fisheries Council? Or is it the Forestry Council? My apologies. This one we just need one.
I'm not sure. Is Chief Robert Michelle in the room?
I do not believe so. I'm not seeing him in the list. Have we had that situation where we've nominated somebody who was not present and didn't personally volunteer?
It'll be a first.
That's not a great precedent to set.
Mr.
And,
Chair,
please.
does one have to
Go
be a
ahead.
chief to be on this?
Karen, I don't believe so.
No, you do not have to be a chief.
Thanks. If we nominated someone who wasn't here, but they were okay with it, is that useful?
Yep.
It works for me.
Thank you.
Mine. Oh, I see Chief Price has her hand up.
I was going to nominate David Walcom, it's RPF.
All right. And then Chief Hobart, you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. I was just so this is for the First Nation Forestry Council. Right?
Yes.
I'm just curious about if this is a role that you can actually sink your teeth in and do stuff, because I'm just concerned. I'm all about rolling my sleeves up, but I'm just wondering what is it a defining role, or what is it? What part of it is that person going to be taking on? Because I would even put my name forward if it was something I could just make sure I can make a difference.
Okay. Yeah, and again, I don't know enough about that particular board. I do see the note there that the Chief Robert Michelle did indicate an interest yesterday in this position, but he's not here with us today.
Yeah, I'll pass for now. Thanks. Sorry, I was thinking about it, but then I'm just busy. Thank you.
Can I suggest that I know we had staff speaking to Chief Robert Michelle yesterday about it, maybe, and he indicated that he was willing to.
Yeah, So can we do that? And James, if you don't mind, and if in fact that doesn't work out, then perhaps we'll approach James Hobart and try to convince him to help us out there.
He is trying to log in.
Okay. Just a moment to do that. Otherwise, we can confirm an abstention. Looks like he's just in the waiting room there.
Chief Michelle.
Yeah, welcome. So Chief Michelle, has been suggested that you'd be interested in serving as on the board for the First Nations Forestry Council. And if you could confirm that, that would be awesome.
This is Chief Robert Michelle. Yes.
Thank you very much. And with that, then let us, any abstentions to this resolution? Any abstentions? Any objections? Any objections? If not, then thank you very much. Draft Resolution 19 is adopted by acclamation. Thank you very much, Chief Michelle. Really appreciate that. I also want to thank all of those who have served in that position and then are now in both this Forestry Council, the Appeals Committee, and the Governance Committee beforehand. Thank them for their work. Let us turn our attention to Draft Resolution 20. Support for the international engagement and joint climate action between the First Nations in BC and Indigenous people worldwide. See, moved by Chief Linda Price and seconded by Chief Don Tom. And I see, I don't see Don Tom present at the moment. So let's just, if he's not here, let's, I see James Hobart's hand is up. Chief, are you volunteering to a second, Chief Hobart? Good. All right, then. So we're going to assume that. And just moving forward with this particular resolution, I seem to have gotten over there. I am a little out of order there on my paperwork. Yeah, it's very long, but a good description of sort of the work and the need and then, you know, the benefits of cooperating internationally and, you know, some of the good basis for that. But let's move quickly to the therefore be it resolved. And yeah, so we read. Oh, James, you're let's mute James and send him a note to unmute when, so that he can get back in when he needs to. All right, BCAFN Chiefs Assembly reaffirms that the First Nations traditional knowledge, teaching, and practice of sustainable development management and conservation serve as positive contributions in addressing climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies, as well as First Nations community-based climate action. 2, BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly reaffirms Resolution 5, 2021, supporting First Nations community-based climate leadership, which includes a mandate that directs the BCAFN to pursue advocacy opportunities regarding climate change and First Nations sovereignty at multiple scales and building relationships to enable mutual learning with Indigenous peoples from other parts of the world. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly direct the regional chiefs and staff to support the development of partnerships which build relationships to act in unity and solidarity for the well-being of Indigenous peoples and the integrity of the environment worldwide. 2, support collective action and advance climate leadership. 3, strengthen the recognition of Indigenous peoples' knowledge systems, worldviews, and values as contribution to addressing the climate emergency. 4, advance the recognition and protection of Indigenous rights, assert sovereignty and self-determination, both domestically and internationally. 5, strengthen Indigenous peoples' representation in climate change forums and in intergovernmental fora. And 6, prioritize the voices of Indigenous women and gender diverse peoples in climate action. Larger 4, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly direct the regional chief and staff to engage in international advocacy at multiple scales, including the United Nations, such as the UN Framework Convention on the Climate Change and the Convention on Biological Diversity. And 5, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly calls on the Government of Canada and the Province of British Columbia to support international Indigenous partnerships and to provide more funding for representation of Indigenous peoples in international conferences, particularly youth, women, and gender diverse members from First Nations communities in British Columbia. Is there a need for a discussion of this resolution to collaborate? Is there a need for discussion?
I would just, Chief Linda Price Elgacho, thank you, Chair Tabell. Just know how important traditional ecological knowledge is, you know, for addressing climate change mitigation. And I know my mom, who just turned 96, taught us how to control burn in our ancestral lands. And due to that, you know, we were able to suppress a lot of fires around our communities and also eliminate excess fuel on our ancestral lands, and plus help the regrowth of fresh sustenance for our animals and wildlife that depend on our meadows. And our Indigenous people have much to contribute at the international, national, and provincial forums. So, plus we already passed 2 resolutions, 05-2019, climate crisis state of emergency, as well as 05-2021, support of First Nations community-based climate leadership. So I just think this resolution will further support our regional chief and staff to engage in international advocacy at multiple levels. And so I think this is important for them to be able to have discussions on the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, as well as enable RC and our staff to call on the federal and provincial government to support international Indigenous partnerships, as well as provide funding for us to attend those international conferences. Janaya?
You're muted.
I muted myself. Chief Hobart, just checking. I see.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
So I wanted to add something to it, and I was wondering if we could have the assemblies to direct the regional chief and staff to convene Indigenous knowledge keepers worldwide to gather in ceremony with knowledge keepers in BC to discuss and provide key direction towards addressing climate stabilization and achieving climate justice. If we could have something like that in there, I know that we're around it, but I'm just wondering, you know, we're talking about the actual knowledge keepers from all over getting together and trying to collaborate. We just need that space, and we need to be invited and have it available, and a funding for it somewhere. Thinking this is a space. This is it would fit good in this resolution.
This looked like they're going to add it after the reference to traditional knowledge.
Yeah, so it'd be to add to convene Indigenous knowledge keepers worldwide to gather in ceremony with knowledge keepers in British Columbia to discuss and provide key direction towards addressing climate stabilization and achieving climate justice. This is these words are Chief Daryl Bob's. He's not available right now, but he asked me if I would have this inserted into this resolution.
And just to repeat it, to gather to discuss climate, together in ceremony to discuss, to provide climate change.
So direct the regional chief and staff to convene Indigenous knowledge keepers worldwide to gather in ceremony with knowledge keepers in BC to discuss and provide key direction towards addressing climate stabilization and achieving climate justice.
Yeah, so Marina working on that. So just after worldwide, he did want to do with BC knowledge keepers in BC. and it was to provide climate direction in climate stabilization. And the second one again, Chief Hobart.
Sorry, say it again.
Oh, you said stabilization and
So the worldwide to gather in ceremony with knowledge keepers in BC to discuss and provide key direction towards addressing climate stabilization and achieving, if possible, climate justice.
okay. Good. And just that, oh, that would be at the end, the achieving climate justice. Oh, I agree. I see what you mean. Brilliant. Achieving climate justice and climate stabilization. Something like that, Marie? Is that what you're going for?
Yeah. I just put it in the chat.
Awesome. We'll just do a quick cross check on that, Marie. Just verify with the mover that that's fine. Chief Price?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Maureen and Chief Hobart. Is there a need for discussion of the resolution as amended? Chief Jack, is that you? All right. With that, any further discussion of the resolution required and given the amendment? Seeing or hearing none, let us call the question. Are there any abstentions to this resolution? Are there any abstentions? Seeing or hearing none, are there any objections? Are there any objections? Seeing or hearing none, then according to our rules, this resolution is adopted by acclamation. Thank you very much. We will move then to draft resolution 21, support to establish a BCAFN Youth Council. As you see there, I see Chief Ken Watts did rejoin a moment ago. And just want to make sure Taylor is here with the proxy. Yes, I see her there. Welcome back, Taylor. And mover and seconder being present. And so this was discussed quite a bit on the floor and during the candidates debate as well, this call and support for a youth council. And so therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directly the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct BCAFN staff to engage with First Nations youth across BC to inform the scope, mandate, and structure of the BCAFN Youth Council pending adequate resources. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly support the creation of a BCAFN Youth Council pending adequate resources as guided by the direction provided by First Nations youth in BC. The BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct BCAFN staff to identify and advocate for the funding from the provincial and federal governments to adequate resources to support the establishment of the BCAFN Youth Council, and the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct BCAFN staff to support the development of terms of reference for the BCAFN Youth Council in partnership with the newly established council members and provide the administrative capacity to support the BCAFN Youth Council in fulfilling its mandates, pending adequate resources, and bring back to the Assembly, to Chiefs in Assembly, for a ratification. Is there a need for discussion as a resolution? And I look to the mover and seconder to see if they wish to comment.
Yes, I would like to speak to it, Harold, as the mover of this resolution. Dusana Gonazu, good day, chiefs and proxies. My name is Taylor Bain-Takoza. I'm holding proxy for Chief Jerry Jack so I can move this resolution. As mover of this resolution, I speak in full support of the creation of the BCAFN Youth Council. Over my term as BCAFN youth representative, I noticed the absence of First Nations youth at our decision-making tables, and we need to prioritize making space to make sure youth feel included and have their voices heard. With the diversity of the 204 First Nations in BC, this demonstrates the need for increased youth representation beyond the 2 elected youth representative roles at the BCAFN. Over the past 3 years, we have proposed this idea to First Nations youth at our annual youth forums, and we have heard loud and clear that there is not only support for this, but a critical need. We need the leadership and voices of youth at the table. We need chiefs to support us in making these spaces, and we need the government to uphold the UN Declaration and support our initiative to create this governance mechanism for youth. I ask the chiefs in assembly to support this resolution to help initiate this important step towards an inclusion of governance mechanisms for youth at the BC Assembly of First Nations. Masicho, thank you.
Awesome, thank you very much. Great to hear you there in the proxy role. Chief Victor Isaac?
Yeah, speaking in favor of the motion as well. Just a clarification, though, it says pending on the outcome of availability for. I think we should be just want to make sure we're pursuing those dollars first, and then just the wording confuses a bit. Depending on does that mean we're hunting for it, and then if we get it, we're gonna go, or is there a group that's gonna try and go after these dollars? Because I remember one time we did get a request to bring a youth with us, and then there was just I think a one time off, but yes, youth definitely need to be at the table. So I just wanted clarification on that pending.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chief. Good, excellent point. But I would note therefore be resolved 3 is really just stress that the fact that to direct to go advocate to secure those resources, so not just
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Clear it out then. Thank you.
Chief Ken Watts.
Yeah, obviously speak in favor of the resolution. I was the one that requested the changes there on the adequate resources. I know it's one thing to host the events, but it's another for the staff and the regional chief and others to secure the resources to have those discussions. But just to reiterate, other provinces do have provincial youth councils. We wouldn't be the first. Many other have been doing this for a very long time. And I think now is the time to make it a reality. But again, just recognize we need to get the resources, and ultimately it should be the chiefs that adopt the terms of reference, which will lay out the roles and responsibilities and how they connect back to the chiefs in assembly, to the BCAFN male and youth reps. That'll be covered under the terms of reference, which ultimately has to come back to the chiefs in assembly. So thank you.
Excellent. Is there a need?
Sorry, Ken Watts, elected chief is a shot. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Chief. Is there need for any further discussion of this draft resolution 21? Any need for any further discussion? If not, let us call the question. Are there any abstentions to this resolution as amended as you see on the screen? Are any abstentions? Are there any objections? Any objections? Seeing or hearing none, the draft 21 is adopted by acclamation. Thank you very much. By the way, if I could just add one comment, my one recommendation on terms of reference is my belief is that every Indigenous Youth Council across the country those members should be expected to be trained and mentored in chairing and leading meetings and facilitating. And I would recommend you put that in the terms of reference. That's just to build up that capacity. All right, let us turn our attention to draft resolution 22, commemorating the 20th anniversary of the Leadership Accord. We will meet a mover and seconder of this resolution. Thank you very much, Sempelan, for moving. And thank you, Cookby Casimir, for seconding. And so essentially what this talks about is it reminds us of the 1725 signing of the political accord between the 3 organizations, creating the Leadership Council. I always mention to people the significance of that, and I remember where I was that day when I heard of that great news. And it talks about the fact that in 2010, 2011, through the All Chiefs Task Force, that was the last time that significant effort had been made to update and re-adopt the terms of reference, and that since that time, in the intervening 12 years, that there's been significant progress made here in British Columbia and in the country, and that in just 18 months from now, in March 17, 2025, will mark the 20-year anniversary of the signing of the Leadership Accord, and this is an opportunity for honoring our journey and accomplishments to date, recommitting through ceremony to unity on issues of common concern and renewal of the processes of collaboration, which is the last, therefore be it, whereas, so therefore be it resolved that the in Assembly support commemorating the 20th anniversary of the Leadership Accord in 2025, including updating the Leadership Accord for renewal on March 17, 2025, and updating FNLC terms of reference. This process of renewal of the Leadership Accord and the FNLC terms of reference will include opportunities for title and rights holders to share their views individually and to come together to develop shared collective views and points of consensus. The results of this process of renewal of the Leadership Accord and the FNLC terms of reference will be presented to an All Chiefs Assembly for review and consideration, as well as to each of the assemblies of the BCAFN, First Nation Summit, and Union of BC Indian Chiefs. The process to renew the FNLC terms of reference and accountability framework will be completed in the advance of March 2025. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Is there a need for discussion? Seeing or hearing none, let us then move to the question. Are there any abstentions? Are there any abstentions? Are there any objections? Are there any objections? Seeing or hearing none, then the draft resolution commemorating the 20th anniversary of the Leadership Accord in 18 months and updating those terms of reference is adopted. Thank you very much for that. Well, let's quickly turn to Resolution 23, support for more accredited Indigenous counselors. It is moved by Cookby Roseanne Casmer. So, we will need a seconder for this one. Thank you very much, Assemblyman. And again, it just talks about the hard work of the counselors in particularly the residential school and in the unmarked graves, and then the work that we've been doing, and really acknowledges the work, the leadership of Tecumseh to show up in that work, noting the province-wide shortage of counselors and even narrow margin for Indigenous counselors, and then existing Indigenous mental health and wellness workers are facing burnout and are leaving this particular field and profession. So therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly advocate for funding to support communities that partner with accredited post-secondary institutions to offer indigenized mental health counseling programs in order to train their members to be registered clinical counselors. The BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly proactively work with First Nations Education Steering Committee to identify funding specific to the creation of additional accredited Indigenous counseling programs to fill the positions that will be created through the formation of the new healing centers that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly support to come up to Shewepum's initiative to create a dual graduate degree counseling program of both master's and doctoral at TRU with an Indigenous cohort, and will support any other communities working to establish similar programs with their local post-secondary institutions, for that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly will continue to advocate for and create opportunities to take leadership in processes. I look to the mover and seconder to see if they wish to comment on the resolution.
Thank you for that, Cookby Roseanne Casmer here. The biggest thing is, we know that there's going to be additional healing centers that are going to be funded throughout the province. And so we already know there's a huge shortfall right now. So we just want to be able to be proactive. But I think in the wording in number 4, I think if we cross out take leadership over our, I think we just cross that wording right out right there. Yeah. I think that reads a lot better.
We'll just end that leadership.
Yeah. Yeah, so it reads that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly will continue to advocate for and create opportunities for healing or to support healing processes.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think that has a better ring to that. But basically that's what it is. And I know that there's going to be a huge influx and a huge demand, and it's about being able to provide, culturally safe, on the ground healing supports for our people, and led by our people, First Nations people, within their respective communities and or where the healing centers are established.
Thank you very much for that. Semplan, did you wish to speak to the resolution? I see he's moved. You are moving. Your hand is up. You are moving. It feels like Rick Mercer getting ready to do one of his talks. Looks like we've lost him briefly there. Is there a need for further discussion of this resolution?
Simply on here, sorry, I was moving away from one of our colleagues. I think it's really important that we work together to create, more support people. As a residential school survivor, I do have classmates that still haven't made any traditional steps to move towards healing. So we need to do what we can to support all residential school, Indian day school, and 60 scoop survivors to help guide them on a healing journey in a good way. And speaking in favor of the motion, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there need for further discussion of this resolution as amended?
No.
Any further discussion? Chief Victor Isaac?
Yeah, we have a facility in Alert Bay there for drug and alcohol program, and 16 bed facility coming up, and a lot of times the issues are at those resources that we have. They end up going there, and even to the other, the residential school stuff, the treatment center and the health center, various people use it. Some people aren't in the AA program. They just still need help. So as long as it's available in all areas, I guess. In my previous life, I was working with INAC, and they were downsizing the funding services, and they suggested had an opening with the interviewing the residential school people, and I found out that later on that a lot of people were pretty messed up after they finished interviewing, doing all the interviews. They need to get some help themselves. So it's really a special program that we have to be able to work with and understand that. So it's going to be well needed for sure. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a need for further discussion? Need for further discussion? Seeing or hearing none, let us call the question. Are there any abstentions? Any abstentions to the resolution to support for more accredited Indigenous counselors? Any objections? Any objections? Seeing or hearing none, Resolution 23, support for more accredited Indigenous counselors is adopted, as amended, is adopted. Draft Resolution 24 speaks to support for the First Nations Leadership Council Relationship Protocol with the Ministry of Citizen Services. As we're getting that up on the screen. And we'll need a mover and seconder to this resolution, which talks about the recent creation by the province of the Ministry of Citizenship Services with the interesting acronym of CITZ, and the work that's been done to date to create a protocol relationship with them by the Leadership Council, a relationship protocol. Roseanne Casimir volunteering to move the motion. I need a seconder. Or we need a seconder.
Second.
I see Chief Linda Price, but thank you as well, sir. And so you have it in your package, and as mentioned, it is about that relationship protocol that they've been working on, pursuant. Therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs Assembly my screen seems to have frozen here a little bit. therefore be. Yeah, my internet's acting up a little bit. Yeah, I'm not seeing this on my screen. I'm not seeing it move to the therefore be it resolves. There it is. Thank you. So the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the regional chief to sign the draft relationship protocol between the UBCIC, the BC Assembly First Nations, and the First Nations Summit, working collectively as the First Nations Leadership Council and the Ministry of Citizens Services, CITZ. The BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directs the regional chief to clearly articulate to the CITC that the protocol is not a substitute for CITC to engage directly with nations and is not a delegation of authority in any way. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directs the regional chief, working with the Union of BC and Chiefs of the First Nations Summit as the First Nations Leadership Council and CITZ to provide regular reports to BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly on the ongoing collaborative objectives and efforts as identified in the attached relationship protocol. The mover and seconder wish to speak to the resolution.
Could be Roseanne Casmer here, just that I support the resolution. Kushja.
Thank you very much. Is there a need for discussion of the resolution? Is there a need for discussion? Seeing or hearing none, let us move to the question. Any abstentions to the resolution on the relationship protocol with the Ministry of Citizenship Services? If not, any abstentions? So he's seeing and hearing none. Any objections to the resolution for support for the FNLC relationship protocol with the Ministry of Citizens Services? Any objections? Seeing none, then pursuant to our rules, draft resolution 24 is adopted by unanimous consent and acclamation. And I believe that is our last on-time resolution. You do have a package in front of you electronically for 3 late resolutions. As mentioned earlier, they all arose from our conversations this week. So draft late resolution 01, if we could go to that one. Again, in terms of that's the support for First Nations involvement in negotiations on new tripartite agreement for emergency management services funding. We do need a mover and a seconder for this resolution, late resolution. If not, we will not consider it. Last call for a mover or seconder for this resolution. Last call. I see Chief Linda Price and Proxy Stempelan as mover and seconder. Thank you very much for that. There are long resolutions and we are well past our time for concluding. So as much as I would love to paraphrase them, I think we'll just move on. With your permission, we'll move directly to the therefore be it resolves. Therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call upon the federal and provincial governments to commit to working in partnership with the First Nations to address all phases of emergency management issues and to A, provide permanent, reliable, and appropriate funding directly to First Nations communities to prepare for, respond to, and mitigate impacts resulting from wildfires and other emergencies, and B, provide permanent, reliable, and appropriate funding for the First Nations Summit, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and the BC Assembly of First Nations, working together as the First Nations Leadership Council, First Nations Emergency Services Society of BC, and other like-minded organizations to work together to provide various supports to First Nations communities. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly direct the BCAFN Regional Chief to request that all funding allocations be submitted by First Nations for all emergencies be immediately finalized and Management and Climate Readiness BC and or Indigenous Services Canada. And 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly support Canada and British Columbia expanding the bilateral agreement to a new trilateral agreement with First Nations in BC for the purpose of ensuring satisfactory, effective, and equitable funding and resources within the 4 pillars of emergency management in First Nations communities, and to be full and equal partners in the new tripartite agreement. Is there need for discussion of this late resolution? I'll look to the movers and seconders.
Chief Linda Price, Algatra First Nation. Just supporting this motion because I really believe that it's important for us to review the way funding mechanism for which funds for emergency management flow from the federal government to the provincial government. So I support this motion. Thank you, Chanalia.
Thank you very much. And I am reminded that this is a mirrored resolution. I forgot that. So again, to give a little bit more comfort to not having read the entire thing. Chief Price, did you wish to comment on the resolution?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just speaking. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, sorry you did. I just went with the fact that the hand was still up. My mistake.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Put it down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a need for further discussion of the late resolution 1, which is a mirrored resolution? Hearing no need for further discussion, let us move to the question. Is there any abstentions to this late resolution? Any abstentions to this late mirrored resolution? Any objections to this late mirrored resolution? Any objections? Seeing or hearing none, the late resolution 1, support for First Nations involvement in negotiations on new tripartite agreement for emergency management services funding is adopted. Let us move to late resolution 2. I know we're almost an hour over, so I know this has been a long week for all of you. So there's just the last 2 to deal with, and then I will go get some more coffee. All right, a call for increased participation and funding for First Nations Fishery Council Special Chiefs meeting regarding trilateral salmon accord. And you may recall, Chiefs behind, I brought this up as a part of our discussion following the Fishery Council report on our agenda. I'll need a seconder for this.
Seconded.
Thank you very much. It looks like Chief Dalton Silver, and thank you very much, Chief Hobart, for the offer. Again, provides the context for the dire situation that we do find ourselves in in the fisheries situation. Reminds us of the work we've already done on the declaration and in terms of the Fisheries Council itself and a number of support resolutions that are there, and that the First Nations Fishery Council will be hosting a 1-day special Chiefs meeting in mid-November. So let's look at the therefore be it resolves. The BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly recognize that many marine species on which our communities rely are in decline and remain at significant risk due to the ongoing climate crisis, the downstream impacts of industry, and the lack of robust First Nations monitoring and control of their territories and rights-based interests in fisheries, and habitat. And 2, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly direct the BCAFN Regional Chief to request that the First Nations Fisheries Council extend the proposed 1-day special Chiefs meeting on the Trilateral Fisheries Accord to a 3-day forum to allow for a fulsome discussion for First Nations leadership and First Nations fisheries experts in BC on the needs and perspectives of their respective communities. And 3, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly direct the BCAFN Regional Chief to write a letter calling upon the Department of Fisheries, Department of Water, Lands and Resources Stewardship to provide the additional financial resources to fund the requested 2-day extension and participation of First Nations representatives from across BC. Did the mover and seconder wish to speak to this resolution? I guess I should make sure that they're here. Chief Spahan, you still with us? Not seeing him in the participants list, so we will need to replace the Chief Hobart. I know you had offered to be a seconder. Can I call upon you to be the mover?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Chief. Wish to speak to resolution?
Harold, I just wanted to support the resolution. That's
Sorry, Harold, I didn't have my hand up here. It's Dalton Silver.
Yeah, are you willing to, did you wish to speak to the resolution?
Just shortly, that in the resolutions it calls for funding, because I know it's an expensive undertaking to have 3 days, and if we can't secure the funding for 3 days, somehow or other, I wanted to indicate there that the real need is to have this assembly, to have the chiefs involved, and I'm just wondering. I know, we've been at this for a long time, but I do think that regardless if we can roll it into a 3-day assembly, that somehow or other it needs to be said that we do need to proceed and have a discussion. Anyway, I know that Fisheries Council was looking to have a day or two, or if we can even do that, I think that the need is there for us to do that. So thank you.
Maybe the way to do that without sort of saying, in case we don't get the money, like we don't want to let people off the hook. So maybe it's to add a 4 that just talks about the BCAFN and the Leadership Council working with the Fisheries Council to convene additional opportunities to discuss this topic.
That'd be fine. Thanks. Thanks for your expertise on the issue, Harold.
My quickly dimming editorial skills.
Oh, good job. Thank you.
Say that again, Harold?
Just for that to ensure that there are additional opportunities for the chiefs to be gathered to discuss this issue.
Hello?
Yep.
Was there a compensation component in this motion? Because a lot of our members maybe we fish the Fraser River 1 out of 4 years now. Only one cycle is good. And for other 4 years, we talk about the food, social, and ceremonial needs to be protected, etc. And then all of a sudden, we got no fish to put in our freezers or smoke or whatever. And those are good for health as well. And then farmers lose a crop, then they're compensated, etc., etc. And then it seems like the First Nation are just supposed to survive, but without those key components of salmon. So I think it would be good to incorporate that somehow. That we need to put that on the table.
Yeah, and so in the therefore be resolved, the references to resources is more about convening, and so perhaps just to keep it straightforward, just in the one we just added, in terms of additional opportunities to discuss and to explore opportunities to compensate First Nations fisheries.
Great, thank you.
I think Harold, the 4th is good, but I think what would be to discuss the initiative. The initiative we're speaking of is the trilateral, of course, where it says discuss this issue.
Yeah, and so Marie, just in that last line there, to discuss this issue, that just to be specific, that the issue is the trilateral salmon.
So just to say this initiative, or yeah, that would be good. Yeah.
Okay. Is there a need for any further discussion of this? Oh, first of all, mover and seconder, are you okay with that change, the amendment?
Yeah. Yes, Harold. Thank you.
Indulged in that. You brought most of that forward, so
good. Thanks.
Thank you. Need for further discussion? Hearing none, call the question. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Any objections? Any objections? Seeing or hearing none, then the draft resolution late resolution 2, call for increased participation and funding for the First Nations Fisheries Council Special Chiefs Meeting, Ray Trilateral Salmon Accord is adopted by as amended, is adopted by acclamation. Our final late resolution 3 was in fact tabled by us by Sheila North in part of her presentation as the Director of Residential Schools and missing Indigenous persons at this International Center for Missing Persons. And it is International Center for Missing Persons expertise and support for BC First Nations for missing children and unmarked burial sites associated with the former Indian residential schools. Chief Angie Bailey had initially offered to move that, and I do not see her in the participants list, so we will need a mover and seconder for this resolution, late resolution 3. Cookby Road
Spokesperson Thom.
and Proxy Simplan. Thank you very much.
Spokesperson Thom. Second.
What was that?
Spokesperson Thom, Taka River Tlingit First Nation. Second.
Oh, thank you. Did you get that? Thank you very much for that. All right, and so this was a part of her presentation. She did table it at that time, and so I'm just going to go to the therefore be it resolves. Therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on Canada and the International Center for Missing Persons to work in partnership with First Nations to ensure that the International Center for Missing Persons mandate in Canada is supported by First Nations and is amended to reflect the needs and concerns of survivors. The BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly direct the BCAFN Regional Chief to work with all affected First Nations, including their regional and national political organizations and leadership, to explore legal options under international law, including the International Criminal Court, for accountability and for accessing reparations and justice for any potential unmarked graves and or mass burials of children associated with the Indian residential schools. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly direct the BCAFN to advocate at the international level for justice and reparations for the atrocities committed against Indigenous children and for the genocidal policies implemented by Canada that displaced and dispossessed Indigenous peoples of their lands, resources, and right to self-determination. 4, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly support the BCAFN to utilize the expertise of the International Center for Missing Persons in the implementation of the mandates provided via resolution and to consider development of cooperation mechanisms between the BCAFN and the ICMP. And the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly support interested First Nations in accessing technical support and expertise from the ICMP, and including through the development of individual memoranda of understanding and other constructive agreements for determining the truth. To move seconders to speak to this resolution?
Yes, I do. Cookby Roseanne here. Thank you, Chair. But as a mover, I would really like to request that we table this resolution. For myself, I have some concerns I wanted to bring back to my community in regards to the work and the mandates with the ICMP, because I'm not familiar with them. And we advocated for the special interlocutor, Kimberly Murray. And so we've done a lot of work with her and working on some of those standards here for us. And also too, looking at the legal processes as well. So I just want to make sure that those jurisdictional pieces are still being upheld. And I just want to know more about what they do and how they support. But basically, I know that we're also working with the Indian Residential School Society as well as the Truth and Reconciliation Center. So working with those 3 areas, I just want to ensure that this new organization, the ICMP, I've never heard of them before, so I just wanted to move this so that I can recommend to table it until we have further information on it and some support from my community as well. Cook's Jam.
Okay, and again, I'll check with Darren just on the rules, but generally when the mover withdraws a resolution, that concludes the discussion. And so Darren, I don't know if we have any different rules at the BCAFN?
No, I think that's correct, accurate, Harold.
Okay, and with that, this resolution is withdrawn, and so thank you very much. On the understanding that there's just a little bit more work to be done to clarify those roles and responsibilities and relationships, as the Cookby has mentioned. So with that, that does conclude our business, and so I do want to thank all of you for your commitment and determination to work through that, all the business that was put on the agenda and the additional work that came to us during the course of the meeting. So that's been great to be with you. And so at this point, we will turn to Simple-Ann and to the regional chief, Simple-Ann as our knowledge keeper, and then the regional chief to help us conclude the meeting.
Thank you, Harold, for your work.
You want to go? I'll go first and then Simple-Ann. So I just want to say thank you, big masicho, big thank you to all the chiefs and proxies for staying here for the 3 days, and prayers to Wayne Penier's family in Musqueam. We donated what would have been our lunch and breakfast today to the family. Prayers to them, and prayers for the firefighters who lost their lives in an accident just near Cache Creek, understanding that they are First Nations. And prayers for those in Stolo right now that are there is revealing the findings of a ground penetrating radar at I believe at Mission Residential. I just want to thank all of the board of directors, Harvey McLeod, outgoing board of director, Deputy Chief Schilling, for all the work that you've done. Can't say thank you enough. And also to Taylor Ben Sakoza, really thank you for being our youth representative the past 3 years. Congratulations to acclaimed Kyle Alec, and also to elected female youth Crystal Starr Lewis for representing us for the next 3 years. Thank you to the board of directors that are here right now. Chief Jerry Jack, Chief Linda Price, Cookby Roseanne Casimir, who was acclaimed once again, serving another term. Thank you for putting your names forward. Chief Maureen Lugie, and also Brian Asu, thank you for coming back, Brian, to the board, and Maureen for putting your name forward, who were acclaimed in their position. Thank you to our representatives, Women's Representative Louisa Housey Jones. Once again, thank you for your good words, presentation. Maureen Askew for our Two-Spirit, 2S LGBTQIA plus representation. Simple-Ann, Dr. Chief Robert Joseph, and Dr. Point for representing us at the BCAFN and on a national level with the Knowledge Keepers. Thank you for having your names forward. None of this, for the last 3 days or even beyond that can happen without a good team. And my chief of staff, I want to thank Vanessa West, and also all my staff, Maureen, Jamie, Sarah, all of you for all the good work that we've done and will be doing. We have 26 resolutions that were passed over the last 3 days. Certainly provides a good foundation and way forward, given us a mandate to work on all of these issues, whether it's water, children, the ongoing crisis that we're experiencing with the climate crisis, the opioid crisis, homelessness, homes within our communities, protecting our inherent and treaty rights. You know, all those issues are languages that need to be protected, and also resources brought forward to make sure our languages don't die. And any number of resolutions that are dealing with many of our First Nations communities in this province, and in many respects, what we're seeking is our rightful place in terms of asserting what our people are saying, giving us some mandates, and also representing our points of view to govern ourselves, and whether that's in the climate crisis, child welfare, or really governing our own natural resources. So I want to thank you all once again, and I look forward to, lastly, I look forward to the next 3 years to really bring forward all this work that we need to do, not only regionally, but also nationally with the Fisheries Council. Many of my portfolios, the United Nations Declaration nationally, also economic development, and you know, the work that we're doing nationally, because in many respects we're leading the discussion, and what we're really looking for is some semblance of justice for our people and our rightful place. And really, I think this is I can't say thank you enough to the chiefs and proxies and all those here for coming to the meeting. And lastly, Harold, thank you for stick handling the last 3 days. It's glad to see you're back. I don't know if this is just a special appearance or if it's back for good. I'm not sure, but nevertheless, thank you for you know, the good work that you've done here with chairing this meeting. So with that, I want to go to Sempolian for closing prayer, and thank you all. Masicho.
Chin Kwan Man Tell Me Up Siam to Sio Kokwachit. Kwan Man Tell Me Siam to Squaku into the on to set up Qui to lock T Squile Aquilis. First of all, thanking our respected leaders, our elders, our matriarchs, our kupis, our proxies that are in the room. Thank you. Thank you for doing the hard work. You are all amazing. Like Shaish Kalawit was saying, on the first day, we're all in this canoe together. We're pulling together. We have a common goal, and that's what we're going to do. I'm going to offer us our Chief Dan George Coast Salish National Anthem. Oh, hello, hello, oh, hello, hello, hela, oh, oh, hela, hela, oh, hello, hello, oh, hello, hello, hela, oh, oh, hela, hela,
Oh, hello. Hello. Oh, hello. 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 Oh,
Chin Kwan Montomi FCM. I'm grateful to you all. Yet one hot to squallow and wait CM. Would chai up yo nam chai up talk. Offering you safe prayers when you're traveling home. We're going to head home to our home fires and we're going to rest. Again, congratulations to our acclaimed regional chief, Terry TG, and our board and our elected youth members. And thank you again. We're going to move forward in a good